All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are the second race of the round of 12 of the playoffs. We're going to be halfway through the postseason after the conclusion of today's race as well, as we have just 6 races left in the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season. Appreciate everybody tuning in here today. About to get into some NASCAR trivia on the channel before we get into the in-depth analysis of who I think will run well, not run well for today's race. We'll highlight the point standings, go through the starting lineup, and all that good stuff. Fantasy League as we get into the forefront of today's race. So appreciate everybody tuning in, getting the chat up on my phone at the moment, and then we will get the trivia started. So last week on the channel, I tried to run back the NASCAR Cup Series all-time race win list. Anybody who had ever won a NASCAR Cup Series race all time. And as I was doing that quiz, they didn't necessarily move the start time up, but they were very quick to getting the race started right at the top of the hour. In case they do that again, I wanted to do this quiz again because we actually had to cut ourselves off. We had about 6 or 7 minutes left, and I just didn't want to miss anything at the start of the race because we hadn't gone through the starting lineup or anything of that nature. So we're going to run it back. I have no clue how many points I would have ended up scoring, and we were still in the process of obviously naming names. So, strategy for this, because I didn't really have one last week, I'm going to start off with active drivers first, and then I'm going to basically fill in the blank from there and try to go from like the most all-time wins. Now, this one looks a little different than the last because it gives us the years that they raced, which is cool because I don't think I've seen that updated on this quiz before. And this is very, very up-to-date because it's got drivers who have won as recently as this year, like Josh Berry for the first time. So let's get started. 20 minutes on the clock. 2:06 is the number. We're going to try to get as many, obviously, as we can. My goal for this, let's try to get to at least 150. Let's try to at least get to 150, which is going to be tough. But Craig Franklin, Terry Lewis, Frank Powers, Bam Hall, Marcus Villarreal, Patrick Shadley, many others. Thanks for tuning in. Let's get her underway. Well, I was talking about Josh Berry, so we'll put him on there. Wood Brothers. Now let's go to Penske. So we got Cindric, Logano, and my man Blaney. RFK will go Keselowski. Busher and Priest hasn't won yet. Front Row Motorsports, Zane Smith, Gilliland have not won yet. Neither has Noah Gragson. Any other Ford teams? Rick Ware Racing, nothing there. So let's go to Toyota. Denny Hamlin for Gibbs. Christopher Bell, Briscoe, and Ty Gibbs hasn't won yet. 2311 Reddick, Bubba Wallace, and that'll give us Rusty Wallace as well. And then Legacy Motor Club, Eric Jones. And we're going to get Parnelli Jones and whoever else also has the last name Jones. Could be several others. So we're at 14. Now on to Chevrolet. Start off at RCR. We'll go Dillon, Austin, Kyle Busch, and that'll give us Kurt Busch with it. Then we'll go Suarez at Trackhouse, Chastain, and Van Gisbergen. Hendrick Motorsports, Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, and that'll give us Bill Elliott as well. Alex Bowman, William Byron, and then Red Byron also on the list, so 26. Colleague, AJ Allmendinger. Spire, Justin Haley, Michael McDowell. Ty Dillon hasn't won a race, by the way, and then also with Spire. Hocevar has not won yet. Is that all the active drivers who have won? 29. We got a couple of legends on here, obviously, that have similar last names or same last names. I think I've got all the active drivers. And there's nobody that I can think of in Xfinity that's active or truck that's active that have won a cup race either. So we're going to move on. And now we're just going to try to go. Let's go team by team. Oh, so all-time Hendrick Motorsports. Ricky Craven. I don't know why he was the first one that came to mind, but he raced there for a short period. Kenny Schrader. Terry Labonte, excuse me. which is going to give us Bobby Labonte as well, Jeff Gordon, Casey Kane, Jimmy Johnson. Come on. Johnson. Oh, we got Johns on there. Johnson. There we go. Junior Johnson also on the list. Oh, I didn't get Cole Custer for active driver. Thank you for that. Was he the only active driver I was missing? Good catch. Good catch on that, Solomon Lee. Craig Franklin, thanks for tuning in as well. Terry Lewis, Emogene Blevins. Shout outs to you guys in the chat. Let's see. So all-time Hendrick Motorsports, who have I not named yet? Tim Richmond. Casey Mears. Mark Martin won a race. Several for him. Joe Nemechek raced there for a short period. He didn't win for him, but Jerry Nadeau raced there for a short period. Got one win. Is that it? Am I missing anybody else that ever raced at Hendrick? No, Jeff Bodine. Bodine. Then we'll get Brett Bodine with that. Who else am I missing? I might have gotten them all. Because obviously we've got all the active drivers. I think we can move on from Hendrick. Another big powerhouse, at least in my lifetime, Roush. So we'll go Biffle, Edwards, David Reagan, Trevor Bayne, although he didn't win with them, he did race for him. Kenseth. We already got Kurt Busch. Jamie McMurray. We've got Martin. Stenhouse. I didn't put Stenhouse as the active driver yet either. Good thing I circled back to him. Busher, we already have. He didn't win with them, but he did race for him for a while. Obviously, we got active drivers. I've got all the active drivers, I believe. I said that already, and then we had Cole Custer, Ricky Stenhouse that kind of got back on this list, but I do think I have all the actives now. And I think I've got all the Roush Fenway drivers off the top of my head. Gosh, because like Ted Musgrave didn't win, Chad Little didn't win. I think I've got all of them. Mark Guest, welcome to the stream. All right, so JGR, Dale Jarrett, and then we'll get Ned Jarrett with it. Tony Stewart. Who else? We got Hamlin already. Yaley did not win. Edwards, Kenseth. Obviously Hamlin, Truex. Logano we already have. We've got Labonte because of Bobby and Terry having the same last name. That might be it. It's just like the same drivers won a ton of races for him. Go SHR. Newman. Almirola. Danica did not win. We've got Kurt Busch, Tony Stewart already. That might be it, actually. That might be it. No, Harvick. Gosh, that would have been... I mean, we would have gotten back to him eventually. Yeah, I can't think of any others there. Now we'll go RCR all-time Boyer. I didn't put Earnhardt yet for Hendrick. That would have been bad. I was thinking of RCR. Burton. Got Austin Dillon. You got Ward and Jeff Burton and Harrison Burton too. Oh, Harrison was another active driver. Just at the Xfinity level. I don't think I've missed any others. Robbie Gordon, we would have already got with Jeff Gordon. I don't think anybody else ever won at RCR other than who I've named. Steve Park raced there for a little bit, but he didn't win there. All right, so now I just have to fill in the blanks at this point. All time, Richard Petty, number 1, David Pearson, Sir Allison, that'll give us Bobby, Davey, Donnie, Waltrip, Michael, and Daryl. Herb Thomas, Fireball Roberts, Weatherly, Bobby Pete Hamilton, Alan Poolwicki, Harry Gant, Phil Rexford, Marvin Panch, Lenny Pond. Just thinking of anybody I could think of at this point. Derek Cope, AJ Foyt, John and Mario Andretti, Lake Speed, Benny Parsons. Phil Parsons got a win in there too. We're at 97. They didn't put Johnny Benson yet. Morgan Shepherd. Wendell Scott. Yep. And that gives us 100. Schneider. Sterling Marlin. Juan Pablo Montoya. Marcus Ambrose. Elliott Sadler. Ricky Rudd. Jeremy Mayfield. Jimmy Spencer. I've got Stewart already. Brian Vickers. I did not get him with Hendrick. I was going through the Hendrick drivers. David Ruderman. And we've got McDowell already because that was active. Got 110. I was hoping for 150, and now that I'm getting through this, 150 is going to be pretty hard. Hornaday is not on here. Yeah. Got Mears already. Got David Reagan. I with the no. Greg Sachs. Stacy Compton ever went? I don't think so. Scott Wimmer is not on the list. Leroy Yarbrough, I did not put him yet. Who am I missing with 46 wins, 37? Come on, Keegan, think. There's a few guys, old names on here. I have to think long and hard about the guys from like the 50s and 60s, and then they all kind of come to me at once. I had a few of them pop in my head initially, or ones from those times that I haven't named yet. The Bakers. Buck. Buddy's going to be on here. Fred, if I could talk, Fred Lorenzen. Yes. I do have Morgan Shepherd. Ross, thanks for tuning in. Bond1771, thanks for tuning in as well. We got 6 minutes left on the clock. We have 115 of 206. Again, our list this week, anybody who has ever won a NASCAR Cup race, kind of a continuation of last week on the quiz. I'm not stumped yet. I definitely know I've got more in the tank. A lot of these guys are from the 60s. 50s and a lot of 50s and 60s. Somebody retired in 2000 had. Oh, I didn't put Dave Marcus yet. Ernie Irvan. I do have Ricky Rudd. Jim Pascal, yes. I don't know how to spell his name. He's got to be on here, right? He probably just spelled his name wrong. There we go. 25. Tiny Lund, yes, Lund. And, oh gosh. Oh, there was somebody old-timey. Flock. There we go. Bob, Tim, Fonny. All right. How does it? A lot of 50s and 60s NASCAR. I'm just trying to think of off-the-wall names that I know of. Uh, Bobby Isaac. 37. The highest on the win total I don't have yet, 28 wins. Drove from 1956 to 1964. Oh, you know what? Curtis Turner. That's who that is. Oh, that's not him. Okay, but he is on the list. I didn't think of him yet. Dang it. I really thought that was Curtis Turner. Somebody with 21 wins. He raced from 49 to 64, so that was the inaugural NASCAR season. I do have Panch already. Yeah, I don't know why I was putting that. All right. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good today, Mark. If I could talk. Had problems spitting that sentence out. I do have Bobby Hamilton. I didn't put Paul Menard yet. That would have been tough. There's a couple more from my lifetime I did not put yet. One win. 2007 to 2018. Who did I not put that won in that time frame? I don't know off the top of my head. It's not Truex. Retired in 2018. One win. 2007 rookie. Regan Smith. Yep, thank you, chat. Oh my gosh. And we got Jack Smith with that at 21 wins. 127 to 206. How did I ever think I was like, yeah, let's try to get to 150? How did I ever think that was going to be possible? All right. You got 2 minutes left. I don't think there's anybody else that's... There was one more that retired in 2000. But they only had one win, so that's going to be kind of tough to figure that one out. Gosh. Oh, Brick House. See, at least we're still getting some names into the final 90 seconds. Is there a guy with the last name Phillips? I don't know. That was a guess. That was a big time guess. Oh, we got to think of road course guys. Is that Howard guy on here? No. Oh, there's one on the tip of my tongue. Open wheel back in the 60s. Mark Donahue. Oh, how do you spell it though? Oh, thank God I got it. Okay, it was in the 70s, but 72, 73. That was the one on the tip of my tongue there. There's probably some other ones too. Boris said never won a race. I do have Curtis Turner already. I've got Montoya. I mean, that's maybe it. 28. Who is the big one that I'm missing? Rex White, former champion. Gosh darn it. That one sucks. I feel like that's one I get a lot when I'm trying to think of I forget Neil Bonnet a lot too. Speedy Thompson, 20 wins. Neil Bonnet, 18. Dick Hutcherson had 14. Dick Rathman, 2 dicks. 13 or 14 wins. The way I said that sounded so bad. Paul Goldsmith, 9 wins. Same for Bob Wellborn. Cotton Owens is another one that probably should have gotten. Glenn Wood, Billy Wade, Nelson Stacy, Eddie Pagan, Herschel McGriff, Eddie Gray, Charlie Glotzback, and Lloyd Daniel had 4 wins. Ralph Moody had 5. Dan Gurney was another guy I was kind of thinking of when I was thinking of open wheel from the 60s and 70s. Marshall Teague, Jim Reed, Daryl Derringer. All on the list. Bill Blair, Dick Linder. There's a lot of guys with the name Dick back in the day. Dick Passwater. Johnny Beauchamp. Haven't heard that name in a minute. James Hilton. Ray Elder. Al Keller. Elmo Langley. Porter. Tom Pistone. Jimmy Pardue. Jack White, which we would have got with Rex White. Danny Weinberg. Art Watts. Never heard of him. Tommy Thompson. So if we would have gotten Speedy Thompson, we would have gotten Speedy and Tommy. What a name. Tommy Thompson. Chuck Stevenson. John Soares. Buddy Schumann. Leon Sales. Johnny Rutherford. Jim Roper. Earl Ross. John Rostick. Shorty Rollins. Jody Ridley. Johnny Mance. Paul Lewis. These are all names I would have never in a million years gotten. John Kuiper. Bobby Hillin Jr. was the one that retired in 2000. I believe passed away that year, if I'm not mistaken. Jim Hirschbees, Danny Graves, Royce Haggerty. I mean, a lot of these names I've not heard of from the 50s. I mean, of all the names I've been naming over the last probably 30 seconds or so, very few of them I've ever heard. Lou Figura, 51 to 54, never heard of him. Jimmy Florian from 50 to 54, never heard of him. Joe Eubanks, Jim Cook, never heard of him. 1954 to 70. Neil Cole, never heard of him. 51 to 53. Marvin Burke only raced in 1951. He won a race that year. Never heard of him. Dick Brooks, Bob Burdick, 1 win. Maybe heard of him from these lists, but that would have been it. Earl Balmer, 64. Oh, he used to own Eldora Speedway, if I'm thinking of the right Earl. Emmanuel Zervakis. Another open wheel man. Gober Sosabe. Johnny Allen. Bill Amick. I don't know who Bill Amick is. He only raced for 2 seasons. Won a race, though. A lot of those on the list. That's all of them that I missed. We got the average score, 63%. I don't know what the number was when I did this back at Daytona at the start of the season. I'll have to go back and look to see if we beat the 129 after the stream's over, if I remember to. But 129 and 206, pretty respectable. First time completing that quiz since the season opening Daytona 500 back in February. So thanks for playing along in the chat. And now it is time to cover everything we need to cover in the last couple minutes before the drop of the green flag for today's race. Zachary Powers, Dark Crypto, Troy the Great, Frank Powers, many others, Irina Sayre that I haven't shouted out yet. Thanks for tuning in and playing along, as well as many others that I have shouted out already for the start of the stream today. Steve, thanks for tuning in. The quiz was drivers who have ever won in the NASCAR Cup Series. All right. So I'll quickly do the Fantasy League. Obviously, I think everything is locked up there, but I'll show you how to get into the Fantasy League so you're in for when next season starts, because you got a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win our regular season and or playoff championship, we have 2 separate winners in the league. Monster Jam X10, who won one of the championships last year, wins the regular season title this year, and he is currently leading in points for the playoff standings entering this week. He's got 816. I have 816. 889 is where Monster Jam X10's at. Very tight points battle. Pretty much most of the top 10 are under a blanket through the first 4 playoff races. P-Shap Motorsports is sitting in second with 872. Tied for second, in fact, with CRN Corona and Sad Uranus, who is multi-time champion. 837 and 835 for Troy the Great. That rounds out the top 5. I have 816 in 7th. I mean, the fact that the top 9 are all within 100 points of one another. Even a couple right outside the top 10 or in the top 10, like Hercules Harrigan is barely over 100 out. So a lot of flip-flopping could go on these last 6 weeks. We still got a Super Speedway at Dega left that can flip a lot of things as well there. KRC League in all capital letters, space, capital L on League is the league name. And as far as my fantasy team this week, for who I think is going to run well, I've got Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe, Chase Elliott, and Tyler Reddick. Basically, a quick recap. Practice and qualifying took place yesterday. Qualifying, it looked like a lot of the guys who I think are going to run well all qualified towards the front of the field. And it seemed like there was a lot of crossover from who was good in practice to who was good in qualifying speed. So a lot of the guys I have on my team are starting towards the front. Obviously, the lockout of JGR in the front row, Briscoe, Hamlin, who have been 2 of the hottest drivers in the Cup Series playoffs so far. Briscoe's had a top 10 in every race. And Denny Hamlin, pretty good at Kansas. He's won here twice with the next-gen car. So is Kyle Larson. Larson won the spring race this season, the spring race last season. He hasn't won a fall race at Kansas in his Cup career since 2021, where he ended up getting the win with the Gen 6 car. But he should be one of the favorites for the win today, and I do have him winning the race. If it's not going to be a Toyota driver winning, I think it's going to be Larson, and he is my number 1, so taking Larson for the win. Chase Elliott would be the other guy of a non-Toyota who I think could win the race today just because he had a lot of speed yesterday, but considering he hasn't really won on an oval or a mile and a half, for instance, since last season early at Texas, and that was more of a track position racetrack, not this one. There's going to be quite a bit of passing opportunities because of the tire fall off that we will see in today's race. I don't necessarily trust that Elliott's going to win, but I think he's going to have a really good run. Head-to-head picks this week, I've got Briscoe over Bubba Wallace. I've got Chastain over Reddick, Chase Elliott over Logano, and I did not pick Hamlin or Larson. Oh, I missed that one. Oh, I would have taken Larson. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me. Could have missed out on 10 points there. For those of you playing against me, you're lucky if I get that right. Starting lineup now for today's race, the Hollywood Casino 400 at the Kansas Speedway. I mentioned already, JGR locking out the front row. Briscoe, Hamlin, as they've done now for the 3rd time in the first 5 playoff races. These two are both on the front row at the same time. Briscoe on the pole for the 7th time this season, and Denny Hamlin outside of row 1. He is a former Kansas winner. He won here 2 different times in his NASCAR Cup career. Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott will make up row number 2. Larson, a 2-time winner, with the next-gen car here, Chase Elliott, a winner with the Gen 6. In row number 3, Christopher Bell, who has not yet won at Kansas, and young gun Carson Hocevar. Row 4 will be Bubba Wallace, Ty Gibbs, the 2 Toyotas. And row 5, Ross Chastain and Eric Jones. In row 10 will be playoff drivers William Byron and Tyler Reddick. Row number 7, Josh Berry, Noah Gragson. Row 8 for Chris Buescher and Austin Dillon. 2 Chevys in row 9 of Alex Bowman, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And then rounding out the top half of the field in row 10, Ryan Preece with AJ Allmendinger. Behind them in row 11, Michael McDowell and Justin Haley for Spire Motorsports. Todd Gillen and Shane Van Gisbergen in row 12. Jonner Nemechek, Austin Cindric starting deep in the field of the playoff drivers in row 13. Cole Custer, Zane Smith, row 14. Row 15, Kyle Busch, Daniel Suarez. Brad Keselowski, Riley Herbst, row 16. Ty Dillon, Cody Ware, row 17. Then you're going to see a couple of Penske drivers starting deep in the field. In row 18 will be Joey Logano, JJ Yeley. Logano had a flat tire in practice. Had some damage to the underbody of the race car. Still made a qualifying run, but obviously very slow because of it. So they had to make some repairs overnight. And then Ryan Blaney crashed his primary car, also a flat right rear tire in practice. That car was not saved. I believe he is in a backup car to start today's race. Did not participate in qualifying and will be bringing up the rear of the field. So not a good day for Penske yesterday between those two starting at the back and Cindric just looking slow this week, 26th in qualifying. It's going to be interesting to see if those three can come from behind. Now, as far as the playoff standings go, coming into the race weekend, Ryan Blaney is fortunately locked into the next round because he won the first race of the round at New Hampshire a week ago. But as for Logano and Cindric minus 19 points and Joey Logano plus 24. Logano's got a cushion, but not healthy, especially starting out back. It's going to be tough for him to get stage points early on. The rest of the point standings as follows. William Byron plus 47, plus 41 for Kyle Larson. Christopher Bell plus 29, plus 27 for Denny Hamlin. Joey Logano plus 24, Chase Elliott plus 14, Chase Briscoe plus 12, and then below the cutoff line, the 4 drivers of Ross Chastain minus 12, I already mentioned Cindric minus 19, and the 2311 Toyotas of Reddick minus 23, and Bubba Wallace minus 27. Both finished outside the top 20 at New Hampshire a week ago. Great track for them. They've both won at Kansas in the past. And they both had speed yesterday in practice and qualifying. Not as great in qualifying, but pretty solid, obviously, for the practice side of things. And they'll be quick in the race. I'd be shocked if they're not. Decent crowd on hands, all things considered. The Kansas City Chiefs are playing at home in about another hour and a half from now. So I was not expecting to see full grandstands this weekend because of that. So great to the NASCAR fans that did show up for the race this weekend, as a result of which a lot of crossover. It's one thing to have an NFL team playing on the same day, let alone the same time, as what is going on in the same city. Multiple professional sports simultaneously going on. Always thought Buckshot Jones was a cool sport name in the sport. Oh, for sure. Yeah, from my lifetime, I can remember Buckshot Jones being one of the best, if not the more favorite of my racing names. Something about the last name Jones, it just sounds like a racing name. Parnelli Jones was always a big one. My grandpa called me Parnelli growing up, and it took me years to realize that he was referring to a former Indianapolis 500 champion until I was like in my teenage years, and then I discovered the name Parnelli Jones, and I'm like, oh, I had no idea that was a race car driver. I do have a Parnelli Jones shirt somewhere. At least I think I have it. I really hope I do. A couple of moves in my life, I got rid of shirts that don't fit me anymore. That would have been a cool one to hang on to, just because it's like one of the older shirts I have. All right. Going to be going green this time by Briscoe Hamlin again on the front row. Visual purposes, today's race on the USA Network. Our stage splits 80, 85, and 102 to take us to the end. Briscoe elects the inside of row 1. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway at Kansas. Great launch for Briscoe, pulling clear of Hamlin to the outside before entering 1 and 2. Back down to the white line on the bottom in front of Kyle Larson. Larson gets a little tight in that dirty air as they work their way up off the exit of turn 2. He's still underneath of Hamlin, though, side by side for second. By the way, my allergies nowhere near as bad as they were yesterday, so shouldn't have to get up from my seat much to blow my nose. Tyler Reddick ripping the boards on the outside through 3 and 4 opening lap. Kind of boxed in because it's 3 wide action going on in front of him in the top 10. 3 by 3 right now, a couple rows from 4th place all the way through the back half of the top 10. And 2 cars from the beginning of the race having to come down for a stop and go penalty. Those 2 drivers, Michael McDowell and Shane Van Gisbergen. Car chief and crew chief were both ejected for those teams entering the weekend as well, after failing post-qualifying inspection for SVG 3 times, and then 3 times in the pre-qualifying inspection for McDowell. Hamlin putting pressure on Briscoe, who led the first 2 laps of the race. Looked high, Briscoe blocked. Hamlin decides to go to the bottom with a secondary move through 3 and 4. Can't stay alongside Briscoe by the exit of the corner. But he is definitely showing more pace, at least in the short run, than his JGR teammate. Top 5 at the end of lap 3 has Briscoe in the lead, Denny Hamlin second, Kyle Larson third, Chase Elliott fourth, and Tyler Reddick rounding out the top 5 and 5th. Anthony Dorner Bruno, welcome into the stream. Doing well, doing well. Fastest lap of the race in the first 3 was the second place driver Hamlin with a 30.572 at lap 2. Clicking off that much needed bonus point very early in the race. Have to see if it holds. Probably not. I would imagine the track will get faster as we get into the later afternoon hours by the end of the race. Not going to have to reach darkness at all for today's race, but track temps will drop a little bit from where they're at the start. Ambient temp high of 89 degrees today in the Kansas City, Kansas area. So hot, slick racetrack here at Kansas should make for fun action. Hamlin again getting close to the back bumper of his teammate Briscoe for the lead. Off turn 4, almost got to the inside of him. He's rounding the bottom of the racetrack well, just not well enough to actually get alongside Briscoe by the exit of the corner because that 19 car is riding the outside groove near the wall very well in these early laps. Hamlin maybe a lane to a half a lane higher than Briscoe through 3 and 4, though, should get Hamlin a little bit more run down the front straightaway. And Kyle Larson starting to close in on these top 2 from behind as well. He's within about a half a second of the lead also. So I mentioned Hamlin was going to have more of a run on the front stretch. He did. He pulled to within a half a car length before entering turn 1. And he'll stay about a car length back or so into 3 and 4 this time by. Excuse me. That snuck up on me. Hopefully I didn't blow your eardrums out through the mic. Take a quick drink. By the way, with the stop and go penalties at the beginning of the race, both Van Gisbergen and McDowell are a lap down. So they'll be battling for the free pass position early in the race if we were to catch an early caution. Hamlin lost a lot of ground through turns 1 and 2 on this lap to Chase Briscoe, enough so that Kyle Larson's actually closer to the 11 than the 11 now is to the 19. Peaked to the inside, but too far back for Larson through 3 and 4 the last time by to actually attempt to make a pass. And speaking of passes made, Ross Chastain up to 8th as he gets by Ty Gibbs for a spot. I know we're very early in this first stage, but the top 10 get the stage points. 1 point per position. Chastain being below the cut line. Good qualifying effort for him and good start to the race. Picking up at least 1 spot on the track here recently. With Logano starting deep in the field, the points as they run actually show Chastain just above the cut line on that bubble. Biggest mover since the start of the race, Austin Cindric up 10 positions from 26th to 16th. Blaney up 8 spots and Reddick up 7. Blaney started dead last today in 37th. Having that crash in practice, did not participate in qualifying. Blaney had top 5 speed at Kansas earlier in the year. I believe that was one of his 7 DNFs because he got caught up in a wreck on a restart, if my memory serves me correct. So he didn't have a great finish, but he had a great car. One of the better long run cars as we've seen out of Blaney on tracks with tire fall off all season long. And it doesn't matter whether it's a short track or an intermediate track, 1.5 miles like this. If there's tire fall off, Ryan Blaney is going to be a threat. I didn't have him on the fantasy team this week because he started deep in the field. I don't think he could score as many stage points as some of those other guys that qualified well and who I think are also competitors for the win. But Ford's going to win today. It's probably going to be out of Blaney. JGR Toyotas as well as Larson and maybe even Elliott. Did I cough? I did under my breath. I got this like, I don't know, it feels like something's like hanging in my throat. Kind of felt it at the start of the stream a little bit. And I slipped a cough under my breath a couple minutes ago. Sounds like I didn't blow the mic out, so that's good. Sorry for any headphone listeners. So Briscoe's led the first 14 laps of the race. It's like everybody in the top 7 ran their fastest lap at lap 2. A couple more in the back half of the top 10 at lap 3. Reddick up to 5th after starting 12th. Another one of those Toyotas showing a lot of speed. Not in a must-win situation with him being 23 points out coming into the day. Same for Walls at minus 27. But they're definitely going to need to have a good run. A great run, not even a good run. I mean, they've got to be top 10, if not top 5 all day. If they get a win bonus, they're locked into the next round. Virtue of that, but not everybody can win a race to lock up a spot. And with the Roval next weekend, especially for a driver like Bubba Wallace, can't bank on getting a ton of points there. At least I wouldn't think so going in. Tyler Reddick, on the other hand, he's proven to be a pretty solid road course racer. Like, he could get points there. If Reddick can get within single digits of the cut line, I think he's got a reasonable shot of outpointing a driver like Joey Logano, who has struggled at the Roval in recent years with the next gen. Denny Hamlin, depending on what Hamlin's gap is going to be, although Hamlin well above the cut line entering the race today. And obviously up in the second spot right now. If Hamlin's more than 30 points to the good, I think he'll be all right. He can at least manage a decent day next week, which would be enough to get him in to the round of 8. Got over 90 people in the chat already. Only 33 likes. So be sure to hit that like button so we can get to our like goal of 100 for today's live commentary stream. Live commentary every NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. All 3 series will be back in action next week at the Charlotte Roval. Friday through Sunday, we'll have live commentary coverage. Truck race at 3:30 p.m. Eastern next Friday afternoon. So a very early start time there. Earliest Friday race that they have all season. And then we'll have Cup practice and qualifying Saturday afternoon, preceded by the NASCAR Xfinity race Saturday evening. Cup racing next Sunday. I'll go over the start time specifically. When we get to the end of the stream. So that's what's to look forward to next week on the channel. Hamlin's been putting pressure on Briscoe really since about the 3rd lap of the race. He hasn't put heavy pressure on him in about a dozen laps or so, but he's right to the back bumper of the 19 again. Kyle Larson, who was within a half a second of the lead, has fallen back a bit during the commercial break. He is now about a second and a half off of the 19 and the 11 at the front of the pack. Hamlin in the middle groove of the racetrack through 1 and 2 finally gets to the inside of Briscoe, and they're door-to-door down the back straightaway. Headed for turn 3, Hamlin on the inside, Briscoe up high. Hamlin in the middle groove of the racetrack will slide up, clear of Briscoe by several car lengths. And no challenge on the front stretch with a run off the high side by Briscoe. It looks like it's all the 11. Denny Hamlin leads for the first time today, lap 21 at Kansas. So run through the top 10 right now. We've got Denny Hamlin in the lead, Chase Briscoe second, Kyle Larson third, Chase Elliott fourth, Tyler Reddick in fifth, then Christopher Bell in sixth, Carson Hocevar seventh, Ross Chastain eighth, Ty Gibbs ninth, and William Byron in 10th. Ace Alshire, welcome to the stream. Going to start the race at 5 p.m. on Friday for the truck tech. Considering the Xfinity race starts at 5, you would think that they could have started the truck race later. The only thing I can think of is that the MLB playoffs on Fox Sports 1 probably have either a 6 or 7 o'clock start time that I would assume they do not want a NASCAR Craftsman truck race going into an MLB playoff game coverage, so they probably gave the trucks an earlier start. So I would imagine that was more of a Fox decision. And we usually don't even see the trucks at the Roval, so we've never the truck races as early next Friday as it is. And then you ask, well, why don't they run on Saturday before the Xfinity race? And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that Xfinity and Cup action is pretty much all day Saturday. I think Xfinity practice and qualifying is in the morning on Saturday, followed by Cup practice and qualifying at 1 or 2, and then the race later. I mean, like, they would have to have Xfinity practice and qualifying starting at like 8 in the morning or something, get that 2-hour block in, then Cup, and then truck race, Xfinity race. So they probably just didn't want everything jammed in that day. It's just the logistical nightmare is what it comes down to from the TV side of things as to why they just can't get the race on Friday started a little bit later. There are lights at the Charlotte Motor Speedway as well, but there aren't lights in the infield that make the track appear bright enough, so they would have to get the race done in the daylight hours for that reason. Chastain lost a spot to Ty Gibbs that he had picked up in the early going of the run in 8th place, and Byron now starting to catch up to both the 1 and the 54 and looks to contest for 8th himself. Bit of a 3-car battle ongoing. Byron very tight in line behind Chastain through the middle groove of the track as Ross is playing defense for every point he can. And even though the stage end isn't for about another 54 laps from now, do my math right, yeah, 54 laps from now, we are probably going to get to our first pit stops middle of this stage, and we might see drivers pit as early as about lap 35, which is only about 9 laps to go to get to that point. Some will split it in half, maybe some will try to run as far as they can, just hoping to pin the field a lap down. We don't see that as much at stage 1 compared to maybe later in the race, taking that gamble depending on how your day is going up to that point. I know there's some Penske Racing fans out there, including myself with Ryan Blaney, probably want to know where the 22 and the 12 are after starting deep in the field. They are 23rd and 24th after starting 35th and 37th today. So they are on the move. And if we look at their lap times in traffic, for instance, Ryan Blaney just ran a 32.799. He was about a tenth quicker than Logano. And it's a few tenths off of Hamlin in his most recent lap. So they're not going to be as quick in the middle of the pack versus Hamlin, who's got the clean air. Larson within a half a second of Briscoe for second place, but Hamlin's still the fastest car on the track, not only pulling the 19, but still pulling the 5 as well. He's got 1.5 seconds to Briscoe in second, then 1.9 seconds to Larson in third. Chase Elliott's 3.6 seconds back in fourth, and then Tyler Reddick is 4.7 seconds off the lead in fifth. The interval for 6th through 10th. Christopher Bell's 5.9 seconds off the lead in 6th. Carson Hocevar 9.1 back in 7th. Ty Gibbs 10.3 back in 8th. Ross Chastain back 10.7 in 9th. And 10.8 seconds to William Byron, rounding out the top 10. One lead change so far. Chase Briscoe started on the pole, led the first 19 laps. Hamlin has led the last 10 and counting. Wayne Martin, welcome to the stream, and many others. Again, thanks for tuning in. We've got about 100 people currently watching. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content. Helps the channel grow. They're both free, by the way. I always kind of joke around about that because I feel like we get a lot of views with these live commentary streams every weekend, but the like counter barely reaches our goal of 100. So let's see if we could set well beyond that 100 threshold. Greatly appreciate it. And we're on the road to 7K subs. Big stuff on the channel coming up. NASCAR 25 releases in a couple of weeks. We'll have some of that content during the week, and then obviously the live commentary stuff on the weekend still. And then obviously during the NASCAR off season, when there's no racing going on, we'll have more NASCAR 25 to kind of carry us over into next season. So fun stuff. All NASCAR related right here on KRC. Kyle Larson swinging to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to take over second from Briscoe. He got alongside of him off turn 4 the last time by, and in 1 and 2 completes the pass on the 19 car. 3 and 4 was kind of the setup corner, if you will. 49 laps to go on the stage, and again, Larson now to second place. So the two favorites for the race win today, at least for my personal preference. Hamlin, Larson are now first and second. See what you guys think in the chat poll that has been open since well before the start of the stream. We've got 79 votes casted so far for who you think will win. 38% taking either Briscoe, Larson, or Hamlin, or other than those three, for the win. Larson at 37%, just behind that. 14% for Hamlin, who leads, and Briscoe 11%. Those are my top three. If I had to put a fourth driver in there, I probably would have leaned towards either Reddick or Bell. And then Elliott just beyond that, and go figure they're all in the top 6. But again, they all qualified well, and they were the fastest in practice. So the combination of the two is tough to go against those 5 or 6 guys. That's why they're all on my fantasy team. Bubba Wallace on pit road, first driver there well before halfway through the stage.
Take fresh tires, small adjustment, and fuel.
Went from 7 to 19 on that opening.
Wow. So Wallace going backwards, where we've seen a lot of other Toyota drivers either stagnant at the front of the field or going forward if they qualified further back. Wallace started 7th, fell back to 19th. Another playoff driver in the pits, Austin Cindric, non-playoff driver AJ Allmendinger also. Cindric off and away. So Wallace pitted at lap 34, 35 for Cindric and AJ. Only 3 cars have pitted thus far, more on their way in. Here comes Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Justin Haley, and Joey.
Non-stop.
Yeah, those were the sets of pit stops you heard from, and some of the updates on how those drivers are specifically handling in the early going to the race. Denny Hamlin from the lead is now in the pits. Same for Ty Gibbs. So Josh Berry stayed out on the racetrack. There were a couple fours that didn't qualify particularly well, like Berry, and obviously Blaney started at the back. Keselowski qualified outside the top 30. They're all still on the track and have to make a pit stop yet. Also on that same strategy of not making a stop until later in the stage are Austin Dillon, Todd Gilliland, Daniel Suarez, Riley Herbst, Cody Ware. So doing my math correctly, it looks like 7 drivers still have to pit yet. We're not halfway through the stage. We're at lap 39, coming to lap 40. So maybe those drivers trying to split it more in half. Maybe go just beyond lap 40 to try to gain more time on the back portion of the run with fresher tires. Kyle Larson pitted a few laps before Denny Hamlin, therefore cycled in front of him. Hamlin was the leader before that succession of green flag stops. Larson, I guess, only pitted 1 lap before Hamlin. But because he was within 1.5 seconds of that 11 car, that was a quick enough amount of time to be able to gain that 1.5 seconds, barely cycle up in front of him. Those two are within a few car lengths of one another. Chase Briscoe lost some time in the pits to Reddick and Elliott. They both cycled in front of the 19. Briscoe may be a pretty good short run car. Qualified on the pole, so that wouldn't be shocking. If he had a fast short run car, he was able to lead the first 19 laps of the race as well. Tried to make a pass on Reddick through 1 and 2. Couldn't get a good enough run. Ryan Blaney finally on his way to pit road.
Pit road. Awesome. Yesterday,
Blaney out of the box. Daniel Suarez, Todd Gillen, Austin Dillon also came into the pit same time as the 12. Brad Keselowski still on the track and now leads for the first time today. He's the last driver that hasn't made a pit stop yet, other than Cody Ware, who's back in 8th. So Larson and Hamlin battling for second. It will be the eventual lead when the 6 pits. They're about 7.5 seconds off of the 6 car. So by pitting a lap earlier and the pit crew time faster for Larson versus Hamlin, 9.4 seconds for the 5 team, 10.4 for the 11. So about a second difference there, plus the time gained by pitting a lap earlier. But Hamlin has ran him right back down. Hamlin, too, also fired off better on the short run, got out to a decent gap over Larson. Didn't have that gap now, has to outright pass him, and he's able to do so successfully through 1 and 2. So lap 43, Hamlin takes over second. Larson not going to try a crossover. The battle between the 45 and 19 continues. They both passed Chase Elliott, and they've also brought fellow Toyota driver Christopher Bell into the mix, and Bell has also been able to get by the 9. So Elliott's losing some time. He's lost about 2 to 3 positions over the last couple laps, falls to 7th. He was 4th for most of that first run before the green flag pit stops. Maybe falling behind a little bit. Or just that the Toyotas that were faster and qualified were just caught up. As for Brad Keselowski, I mean, they could go over 60 laps on a full tank of gas, so he does not have to pit in the next probably 15 laps or so. He's going to, I would imagine at this point, just run it out till he can't run it anymore. And hope that he catches a caution, brings everybody back to pit road anyway, and he'll be up in contention for things, at least based off of the pit strategy. We'll have to see how his car will be compared to others that are at the front. We haven't seen him up there on equal strategy, obviously, yet, qualifying deep in the field. Michael, thanks for tuning in and the well wishes. Many others, welcome into the stream. Again, be sure to hit the like button. Our like goal is 100 for the stream. We're at 52 as I refresh the page on my phone. Yeah, 52 as of right now. Oh, Brad's not going to run it all the way out to the end. He's on pit road, lap 46.
Really interested to see what he...
And Keselowski out of the box with his 4-tire stop. Tyler Reddick and Christopher Bell battle for what is now 4th place after the pit from the 6. 4 Toyotas in the top 5. The only non-Toyota is Larson in 2nd. And then Chase Elliott has fallen to 6th. Carson Hocevar still in 7th place as well. So Chris Buescher up in the top 10 for the first time today. After the first pit stop, he is in 9th. Slingshot move for Bell through 1 and 2. Slides clear of Tyler Reddick through the corner. Reddick with a big run off the high side. Going to look for a crossover to the bottom in 3 and 4 and get right back to the inside of the 20. And up off the exit of turn 4 this time. Reddick not quite able to hang on that left rear corner panel of Bell. So he can't utilize the side draft down the front stretch. Bell into 4th. It's kind of how I predicted. I know it's very early in the race, but I said very briefly there in the pre-race and even after practice and qualifying yesterday late on that stream that I thought it was going to be all Toyota and Larson today as far as the favorites for the win. That's all the top 5 is right now is Toyota and Larson. I like the speed in Elliott, but I did mention this in the pre-race that I just didn't like the fact that he hasn't won on a track like a Kansas Speedway since at least 2022. I mean, he's only had 2 wins since 2022. Texas, which was more of a track position, 1.5 mile track, and not necessarily a, need to have the handling and speed kind of 1.5 mile track like Kansas, where it maybe relies a little bit more on the driver's side of things of taking care of equipment over the course of the long run on top of having that raw pace. And then Atlanta this year with a drafting style track, which is obviously much different than the 1.5 mile, the Kansas Speedway, but still showing out. He's having a good run right now, as expected, because that car did look pretty good yesterday. So we'll go through the full field running order after the cycling of green flag pit stops. Denny Hamlin leads. Kyle Larson is 2nd. Chase Briscoe 3rd. Christopher Bell is now 4th. 5th for Tyler Reddick. Chase Elliott in 6th. Carson Hocevar 7th. Ty Gibbs 8th. Chris Buescher 9th. And William Byron 10th. 11th is Ross Chastain, Alex Bowman 12th, Bubba Wallace 13th, Ryan Preece 14th, 15th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Zane Smith in 16th, Cody Ware 17th but hasn't pit yet, Joey Logano 18th, Noah Gragson 19th, and Austin Cindric 20th, Justin Haley 21st, 22nd for John Hunter Nemechek, AJ Allmendinger 23rd, Ryan Blaney 24th, Josh Berry 25th, 26th for Riley Herbst, Eric Jones 27th, Kyle Busch 28th, 29th in the first car lap down is Brad Keselowski, Ty Dillon in 30th, Cole Custer 31st, Daniel Suarez 32nd, Todd Gilliland 33rd, Austin Dillon 34th, Michael McDowell 35th, JJ Yeley 36th, SVG 37th, and that rounds out the field. Remember, SVG and McDowell had to take that stop and go penalty at the beginning of the race, so that's why they're back at 35th and 37th, I believe nearly 2 laps down. SVG is 2 down, 1 down for McDowell. Just under a half hour into the race, we've had 5 lead changes. 1 on track with Hamlin at lap 19 getting by Chase Briscoe, the pole sitter, and then the rest of the lead changes were during green flag pit stops until we cycled through and Denny Hamlin's back in the lead again. Hamlin cycled behind Larson, but Larson didn't actually lead a lap. He was in second place while Brad Keselowski was leading laps during the green flag pit sequence. Hamlin got by Larson a couple laps before the 6 came to pit road. So 27 laps led now for Hamlin, who has led the most to this point in the race. He still has the fastest lap of the day as well at lap 2 with a 30.572. He has not gotten away from Larson, though. Kyle Larson still in a battle for the lead as Hamlin tries to put Kyle Busch a lap down. Up off of turn 4, Larson is right there.
Cody Ware.
You know, I wondered if he was going to bring out a caution because he hadn't pit yet. I just had that sneak.
Speaking of Kyle Busch, he should be
feeling.
1 lap down. NASCAR should, I believe, he will get the free pass.
All right, so under caution, very early in this race, 25 laps to go. I bet Brad Keselowski's probably hoping he still stayed out in the racetrack because now he's a lap down. He does get the free pass for being the first car a lap down. Actually, no, Kyle Busch went a lap down right before that. So I believe Busch actually is going to get the free pass. And we'll see if everybody else will take the wave around, assuming the leaders come into the pits. We might see right side tires only for some. Like Ryan, he's in 21st. There were a few others that were also on that strategy. Like Josh Berry, he might take rights only as well. He's in 24th. I would imagine most of the field, though, will be on their way to pit road at the very least. So caution is out again. Lap 57, Cody Ware. Hitting the wall pretty hard. Couldn't tell if something broke underneath the right front or a right front tire went flat. He hadn't made a stop yet. He's the only driver that was still out on the track. So he was on the lead lap right around 20th when that happened. And now we're going to have just less than a 20-lap dash to the end of stage 1 once we get to the next restart. Yep, Kyle Busch does get the free pass. First caution of the day.
One of the last adjustments.
So I expected some 2-tire stops. I was not expecting Denny Hamlin to be one of those 2 drivers. I expected everybody at the front of the field to take 4. He took rights only. Joey Logano took rights only, which I thought of the Penske guys or the Fords that maybe Barry and Blaney would because they pitted more recently. But Logano takes 2. And I'll wait to see if anybody stayed out of the pits. There's a chance that maybe the 12 and the 12 and the 21 might have just stayed out completely. So I'll hold off on that in a second. I'll go through the updated running order at the top of the standings once they get back to the start-finish line the next time by. Our leaderboard will update. We're currently on 20 laps to go in stage 1. And under our first caution of the day, following the Cody Ware accident with the right front tire failure, it looked like in turns 3 and 4, he was in the middle groove of the track. Pretty hard hit into the outside wall. Ware will be done for the day. I guess he had just been to pit road right before that right front popped on him. I didn't think he had made a stop yet because I know he was staying out there for a while. So I guess he did already make a stop, at least according to Steve Letarte. So it looks like everybody hit pit road of the lead lap cars. A lot of guys going to be taking the wave around to get back on the lead lap as well. Kyle Busch gets the free pass to get his lap back, but as far as guys taking the wave around to get back on the lead lap as well would include Austin Dillon, Todd Gillen, Daniel Suarez, Cole Custer, Ty Dillon, and Brad Keselowski. Again, they all took the wave around. They'll be back on the lead lap. They'll have old tires, but with less than 20 to go in the stage, know we're going to get another caution soon. Kind of save the early going of the race. All right. So Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, Joey Logano, Chase Briscoe will be the top 5 in the race start. Then it'll be Elliott 6, Hocevar 7th. Chris Buescher 8th, William Byron 9th, Bubba Wallace in 10th. Ross Chastain, Ryan Preece 11th and 12th.
Think of going at it. Wallace and Byron on the bottom will be outside the top 10 for stage points. Reddick as well. Just a reminder, all the way back at 24th after that pit issue, you won't be able to score stage points either. Dave, how about the 24th? So disappointing right now for William Byron. So tight, he said, I don't know what to do with this. He was promised to get it fixed up on this next stop, which coming up at just a lap. But yeah, rough run here earlier in the year in the spring race. Remember, he came on turn 4 and spun, almost spun right into pit entrance. So he said he loves Kansas, but there's been things happen here that kind of not always guaranteed a great race. But keeping his spirits high, and as far as the playoff points are concerned, he's nicely in 5th place as they run right now. Stage 1 is almost done with the final lap, with thanks to Credit One Bank. And what a stage it's been by Denny Hamlin. Controversy last weekend, closed door meetings, and not a reluctance to talk about it, just simply we are not talking about what happens internally at our team, but there has been a direction established on how we will race. And I guess the best way to shut everybody up is to go out there and dominate stage 1. And maybe even go on and win the race. So well done, Denny Hamlin. 5th stage win this year for the JGR man.
2-time call for Denny Hamlin. Gets him the stage win. But even bigger is this one right here, the 22, Joey Logano, running 17th, comes in, puts right side tire zone, finishes 7th, gets 4 stage points.
Great work by the 22. Great work by the 11th. JGR and Toyota dominated that as far as laps led. But we've got all the big names at the front. This is going to be quite the fight.
End of stage 1, Denny Hamlin gets the stage win. Kyle Larson 2nd, Chase Elliott 3rd, Christopher Bell 4th, Ross Chastain in 5th, and 6th was Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano 7th, Chris Buescher 8th, Zane Smith 9th, and Carson Hocevar rounds out the top 10. Awaiting more pit stops here at the end of the stage. Right side tires seem to be holding on pretty strong. Denny Hamlin had the clean air advantage obviously there, but risky call, I think, taking 2 tires when he was the leader. Ensured that they were easily going to win the race out of the pits, was able to take their time, and he only had those 10 to 15 laps on the right side tires compared to those that would have had the fresher lefts that took 4 tires during the pit stop, considering there were green flag stops that took place before the caution even existed. Snellwave, Megadeth, thanks for tuning in. A couple Hamlin fans I see down there. Pulling for their man, Denny Hamlin, getting the stage win. Dominant start, to say the least. Hamlin and Larson look like the two best cars. I'd say they're probably a little bit more equal than what the laps led counter would say, considering Hamlin has led 55 and Larson hasn't led yet. Larson's right there with him. They're matching lap times. I think if the 5 can get ahead of the... Well, I say that. I think Hamlin's a little bit better on the short run than Larson, and on the long run, they're pretty even with one another. Because Larson was ahead of Hamlin after the green flag stops, but then Hamlin passed him within a few laps, but never really got away from him. And only ended up winning that stage by a little less than a second. Great job by Chase Elliott on the restart to get up to second. He was challenging Hamlin for the lead early, but ended up falling back to third. He had fallen back to 6th place before the caution came out, so he was able to capitalize by getting a few extra points than what he probably would have otherwise had we stayed green to the end of that first stage. See if anybody else tries to take right side tires again, knowing that we only had a little less than 20 green flag laps on this set of tires as well. I believe J.J. Yaley got the free pass to get back to lap down. Actually, it looks like no, Michael McDowell. Michael McDowell gets the free pass in 34th. After he had that stop and go penalty on the opening lap of the race. Same for SVG, though SVG still a lap down. And everybody else who was a lap down before the first caution took the wave around. They still stayed on the lead lap to the end of the stage on those older tires, so they can now get back on the same strategy as the leaders.
Today, and then we go into the round of 8. But this is far from done. 2 more stages to go at the Roval next weekend. Pit road is open, and it is super busy, Dave Burns.
The first one to hit is Chase Elliott. He has a nice, easy entry into his pit stall. He said that was better, but it's still not where he needed to be. Remember, he was loose, Kim.
Right, Christopher Bell said I could definitely tell it was freer, and I think it hurt me on the first few laps, but after that, I think it's okay. So no major changes. Debate on what they were going to do during the stop. Code New York Yankees was the call, Marty.
I like to go Cliff Daniels. Honestly, if I
Oh!
I'm sure we should make many changes. He finishes second in that stage. Denny Hamlin, who gets the stage win, playoff point in the bank for Hamlin. He said, I'm still 2-3. Once I'm out front, the car's still too edgy. But that last adjustment was 60% of what I needed, and Hamlin will lose some spots here on pit road after winning the stage. And the 45th on pit road in front of you, Kim.
That's right, you saw that almost run-in with Christopher Bell after Bell only took right-side tires, so just another hiccup for the 45, which is not what they needed after an earlier mishap on pit road.
Let's remember, it was this exact issue for Bell at Darlington that ended that great run. Contact on the right front, damage the splitter. Almost the same thing again here at Kansas.
Yeah, no contact there with that pit road mishap between Bell and Reddick. Bell trying to leave his box as Reddick was coming in, and both cars able to kind of come to a stop before meeting one another. Didn't really cost Bell a whole lot of time. Obviously, Reddick's going to lose a lot of time because he couldn't get into his box until most of them were leaving. The reason why that also took place is because Bell took right side tires only, so his pit stop was much quicker. That's why Reddick hadn't even gotten into his box yet, being a little bit further back in the running order after a pit road penalty on the stop before that. Wait to see how the leaderboard shook up following these pit stops. There were a few drivers taking those 2 right side tires only again after seeing the success from the 11 and the 22, which were the only 2 drivers who took right sides only before that. Hamlin guaranteed spot in the round of 8. We will see. He's looking really solid on points. I mean, if he finishes really good in stage 2, just like he won the first stage, even if he doesn't have a great finish today, he's still going to have a pretty good cushion above the cut line. A solid day even without a win, and it's going to be pretty tough to knock him out next week, even if he has an early exit. A lot would have to go right for a lot of the other teams below the cut line entering next weekend for a guy like Hamlin to be eliminated, assuming he still puts together a complete race today. If he doesn't already win. Mishap on the raw feed. Yeah, it updates when the race leader gets to the start-finish line at the end of every lap. Hocevar would have taken 4 because he's back in 10th. It's showing Custer in 6th, so I think Custer took right sides only. And Bell took right sides only, I know for a fact, because I saw his pit stop. And that's why he came out first. So Hamlin took rights only, held on. Christopher Bell, who was in the top 5, took rights only, leapfrogs a couple positions. Now he leads. Slow stop for the 11 team of Denny Hamlin, by the way. Ended up losing 6 positions in the pits. So Hamlin goes from winning the stage to now 7th place. That's as far back as Hamlin's been in the running order today. After qualifying 2nd, he's been pretty much either 1st or 2nd ever since. Is Blaney in the top 10 yet? Don't think so. 16th. It's a slow work in progress for the guy who started dead last today.
Step inside.
Speaking of Blaney,
Want to feel the rush yourself? Check your local lottery. Powerball.
they just showed him in the garage area
Of NASCAR.
earlier. Not now.
Wish everybody good luck. Cool competition. All right, pit lane has been a hot spot today, and this has been the most recent example.
Tyler Reddick coming down pit road, not understanding that Christopher Bell was 2 tires, leaving this quickly. Almost contact. They both did a good job of working this out. Could have been much worse, as you mentioned, Steve. Let's listen to what they were saying. Big air, 4 tires up through. Both by field, almost 20. The ball. Clear. The 20 was taken too. That's easy. They're careful with it. If you he'll be gone, we got to check up on him. And 4.
Also, I heard a lot of different things. Most likely around the 20, and then that some disagreement and frustration. I understand the driver's frustration on the radio because he doesn't want to run into the 20. The spotter's in there. So in my experience, the spotter's job is on pit road till about 5 pit stalls away. Normally the crew chief then calls 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The spotter should give you an idea about cadence, and then the spotter clears it out. Billy Scott, Tyler Reddick, been working together for quite some time. Fortunately, there wasn't, contact. But you can imagine the frustration. Remember, Reddick was running inside the top 15, had to pit a second time because of a slow pit stop, already has no track position, now almost runs into the 20s. So it's been a frustrating time. And let's not forget, this is back at Loudon. The 5 leaves after 2 tires, and there's the 45. Same thing again. So you would imagine that this is something you would want to work on, because now here he is backing up into his stall. So, and this has become more complicated because right side stops are like 4.5, 5 seconds. I mean, they're not there for very long. It's kind of like gas and go almost.
Well, what was interesting is that they knew that the 20 was taking 2 tires. So there was good communication between the spotters. Hey, we're taking 2. We know you're coming around us. If I'm the driver, if I'm Reddick, that's all I need to hear. Hey, he's taking 2. We don't know if he's going to be gone or not.
Yeah.
I need you to be watching for that, rather than telling me what's going to happen, because you don't know what's going to happen. Because the timing of all that got messed up.
Let's show you Denny Hamlin's pit stop.
Yeah, remember a couple new pit stop members on this team. Right side up, right side's off. Look pretty good going on. Right rear going on. Some trouble, looks like, with the gun. You see him bang with his left hand 2 or 3 times to get the switch over done on the gun to make sure it was tight. So look.
All right, on to the next restart as we begin stage 2. Bell, who took right side tires only, is the leader. Elects the inside lane. Kyle Larson on 4 fresh tires on the outside. Green flag back in the air. Larson and Bell nose to nose into the first turn. Chastain with a push from Denny Hamlin on the inside of rows 2 and 3. Kind of got a little discombobulated into the first turn. Allows for Chase Elliott to stay on the outside of the 1 by the exit of the corner. Larson and Bell still side by side. Down the backstretch, Larson had a side draft of the right rear corner panel of Bell underneath him. Center of the corner, Bell clear up off of turn 4. Chastain almost making contact with Elliott up high as he tried to pull clear for 3rd. Slowed both cars up. Denny Hamlin 3 wide to the apron through the tri-oval. Clears both the 1 and the 9 for 3rd place himself. And now quickly trying to go after Kyle Larson for 2nd. Hamlin restarted in 7th. And he's already back up to 3rd. 4 spots gained for Hamlin on that first lap following the restart. Great job done for him as he tries to get back to the lead. Defensive line by Bells. He tries to hold on to the front spot in front of Larson. Larson to the white line on the bottom through 3 and 4. Bell pinched him off about a lane above that. Crash on the front stretch. 2 cars into the grass. It's Ryan Priest, John Hunter Nemechek. Quite a bit of damage to the right front splitter area of Priest's number 60 Ford Mustang. And couldn't tell how much damage Nemechek had as well, but there was definite contact between those two as they were sliding through the infield. Don't think anybody else was collected as we're under caution for the second time today.
Driver Jeff, do you get extra amped up knowing that when you're at a track like Kansas where the restarts are so crazy?
Opportunity. This is what this is all about. You got to get going. What happens here?
Oh,
Just Priest comes up the racetrack.
Yeah.
Gets into the side of Nemechek.
Priest needed 3 lanes to try to save whatever handling issue he was having, and he only had 2. Looks like it starts tight.
Yeah,
In the back, kind of walks around. Eric Jones is fully on the brakes.
Cindric.
Playoff driver Cindric sneaking through.
Yeah, he looks like he got tight. Like it was in the middle of, leaving the corner. Just gets tight. Can't get slowed down. Wow.
I take that back. The statement about the brakes, no, he was just wide open. Just stayed wide open. Unbelievable.
I mean, look at the 2-car Cindric. Wow.
Right through the gap.
Sees party. Wow.
That was in the teens. Priest and Nemechek were running 16th and 17th. Super close call for Austin Cindric.
So pretty decent damage on the right front of the 60. Up the airflow for Priest. Both flaps come to the surface of their crew. When the roof flaps open, the diffuser flap gets deployed. So they'll have to come down and clean the cars up a little bit. I would imagine all the leaders will stay out. Maybe somebody like Reddick might come get gas, 75, 74 to go. Maybe they think there's some sort of Hail Mary of running the stage all the way through, or just, you have to be careful though, because even Reddick running 25th, as frustrated as he may be, there's still 8 cars, 9 cars behind him on the lead lap. So, you just don't want to throw away 9 positions.
Super frustrating for Tyler Reddick because he was running as high as 5th earlier in this race. And coming from 11th in the playoff point standings, he'd leapfrogged his way up to 9th and just 1 below the cut line and only 10 out. And now he's some 50 points out and he is 12th and last in the playoff standings. The day that was showing so much promise for Reddick has got increasingly more difficult as John Hunter Nemechek and Ryan Priest went for a wild ride. Back in a moment.
well, under caution. Third time today, second time for incident. This one, a couple laps into a restart to begin stage 2. Ryan Priest and John Hunter Nemechek collected. Both drivers will be able to continue. A little bit of splitter damage for Priest, going to slow him up. I would imagine hurt his car compared to where he was running before the incident. They were, I believe, just outside the top 20 were both of the 60 and the 42 cars. Shane Van Gisbergen will get the free pass, get his lead lap back after the stop-and-go penalty at the beginning of the race. McDowell, who also had the same penalty, got his free pass at the end of stage 1. And now a quick caution for SVG to get his lap back. Top half dozen for the next restart is showing Christopher Bell in the lead, Kyle Larson in second, Denny Hamlin third, Chase Elliott fourth, Ross Chastain in fifth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in sixth. Started 18th today, up to 6th place. Great run for Ricky so far. I believe he might have taken right sides only during the stage 1 pit stops, because I honestly didn't even realize he was in the top 10 until just there. Hey, either way, it's a solid run for the 47 team. Especially on a mile and a half. We don't usually see that out of him or that team on this style of racetrack. Federico Sanchez, thanks for tuning in. If I haven't shouted you out yet, and you've been in the chat throughout the course of the race today, appreciate you watching. If you're not in the chat, appreciate you watching. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Our like goal is 100. We're at 62 right now. Early going of stage 2. Live commentary coverage every NASCAR race weekend. Be sure to hit the subscribe button if you are not subscribed yet. So we're on the road to 7,000 subs. Be live all next weekend, Friday through Sunday, for Truck Xfinity and Cup action at the Charlotte Roval, beginning Friday afternoon with the truck race at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. If you're at school or at work, feel free to tune in if you got the free opportunity to do so.
What a day is
Be a
like
fun
for the
one.
Legacy Motor Club co-owner since he's no longer full-time behind the wheel. Well, would you believe Jimmy is a carpool dad after breakfast and getting his daughter and her friends to school? Jimmy's day has only just begun. From working with his team in the shop, the company-wide meetings, to taping the Never Settle podcast, Jimmy's always on the go and striving to help the continued growth of Legacy Motor Club. To learn more about a day in the life of the Hall of Famer, visit Toyota Gazoo Racing North America and Legacy Motor Club on social media. Let's talk more about the 11 of Denny Hamlin with Marty Snyder. What you got, mate?
Been a terrific day for Hamlin so far. He's led 57 laps and also had a couple of outstanding restarts, the last two restarts. But is there an issue with the 11 car? Listen to the radio just moments ago.
Here. We're off the metal and going.
So no panic yet in the 11 Camp Steve, but I want to go back to what Denny talked to me about yesterday. They have had such a great car here at Kansas over the years, and in the spring, they were a really good car in the spring. They had a clutch issue, but he said, we have had so many mechanical issues here at Kansas. If you're Chris Gale, how concerned would you be with what just happened on the 11?
We're absolutely concerned, not only for the potential impact of the playoffs, but just what that means for a driver at a track where you kind of roll out of the gas at 185 miles an hour. It's a dangerous situation, and you can almost hear it, Jeff, in Denny's voice and the tone, not the fear of, hey, the throttle's sticking, but the sheer kind of crushing disappointment of, man, please tell me this isn't going to be a bigger issue.
Yeah, and there's the obviously concern of it sticking wide open and the car not slowing down entry. You can shut it off and slow the impact down. But what if it's sticking 10%, 20%? That completely changes the way your car drives.
Toyota Supra off, back on pit road, leaving a clear track for it.
All right, Bell on the inside lane again for the next restart. Got a quick push from Hamlin. Gets a great launch as well. Green flag back in the air. Bell's going to be clear of Larson on the high side of him before entering turn one. Chase Briscoe to the outside 3 wide. Chastain maybe going to try to go up and block the 19. Not a lot of room between those two cars up off the exit of the corner. And now 3 wide with the 47 of Stenhouse underneath them into 3 and 4. Bell still out in front of Larson through that said corner. Stenhouse-Osh is up the racetrack, nearly getting into the one of Chastain, who was able to not only get clear of the 47, but clear of the 19 above him as well. Ryan Blaney trying to get up into the top 10. A Ford 3 wide sandwich between the 17 and the 22 underneath him. That 3-car battle going on for 10th between the 12, 17, and 22, and Blaney wins that battle. Blaney's up 27 spots from the start of the race. Joey Logano up 24 spots right there with him. Larson to the inside of Bell on the front stretch. Took to the apron through the tri-oval. Slide job now through 1 and 2. Larson is clear, but as he washes wide, he has to lift, and Bell's going to try the crossover on the back stretch into 3. Larson goes down to side draft the right rear of Bell, but Bell is clear into 3 and 4. Larson charges the entry hard on the high side of the racetrack. Now Larson should get the run up off turn 4 as Bell is clear again, and we'll see if Larson can get the double cross. As he heads to the apron to try to pull back alongside the 20 once more, Larson will try the dive for the second consecutive time through 1 and 2. And as the 5 and the 20 are in a heated battle, the 9 and the 11 are closing in out of the rear view of both of the front runners. Bell with about a 2-car length lead over Larson into 3 and 4. Larson again takes to the inside. Elliott trying to get clean air in the nose in the middle. Bell was towards the top. Same for Hamlin up near the wall. So Bell leading his first laps of the day after taking a 2-tire call with the pit stop that the teams had during the stage 1 break. Held on to the lead until the quick caution, and then on this restart holds on to the lead at least for the moment as well. Bell was in 4th, I believe, at the end of stage 1. And again, this is the first time he has led. Still got about 65 laps to go yet, stage 2. So well out of the field window to make it to the end of the stage. Carson Hocevar making a pass for 7th on Chase Briscoe on track, still battling with the 19 car in the back half of the top 10. Ryan Blaney also battles for 10th with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Joey Logano got by him the lap before for 9th. And now Elliott to the inside of Larson. Both the 5 and the 9 down on the apron after Larson lost a ton of time to Bell in 3 and 4. Chase with the slider through 1 and 2. Is clear. Larson going to try to get the run down the backstretch and get back to the inside of his Hendrick Chevy teammate. Larson now with the slide job of his own through 3 and 4. Clear high on the 9. Chase Elliott gets the turn off. To the back bumper of the 5. Again goes to the apron. The 5 trying to block all the way to the apron. And the 9 again to the inside. Into turns 1 and 2. Elliott not going to be able to pull clear through the center of the corner this time. Falls in line behind Larson, and here comes Hamlin in the 11. Now a 3-car battle for 2nd. Bell over a 2nd ahead of these two. With the hard battling going on behind him, and how much are they maybe using their stuff up early in the run as well. Again, Elliott to the inside off turn 4. Side drafts Larson, tries to pull away from him. Larson reeling him back in on the high side. F5 cars chase the 9 to the apron for about 2 to 3 laps consecutively down the front stretch. Elliott clear again. Larson closes to the back bumper. Up off the exit of turn 2. Does Larson go low through 3 and 4? He does. Elliott to the middle. Hamlin up near the wall on the high side. And now it's Larson hanging on the left rear corner panel of Elliott, but Elliott gets the run down the front stretch. Larson does not. Hamlin also gets a run, and he'll take for 3rd on Larson. Hamlin to the inside of the 5. Doesn't go all the way to the white line before trying to slide job. He goes to the middle, slides up the racetrack right in front of the 5. Close call, but Hamlin is clear. Hamlin now to 3rd, a few car lengths off of Elliott for 2nd as Bell's opened up his gap to nearly 1.5 seconds with the race lead. Larson, after having to lift behind Hamlin in the center of 1 and 2 with the slide job. Bubba Wallace out of nowhere up to 4th. Bubba was 17th at the end of stage 1. A good pit stop, a good restart, a couple of them, and here he is up in 4th place all of a sudden with a car that was so ill handling back in stage 1 and is coming to life in the middle going of the race. Top 10 in the running order at lap 106 shows Christopher Bell in the lead, Chase Elliott in 2nd, Kyle Larson 3rd, Denny Hamlin 4th, 5th for Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain in 6th, Carson Hocevar 7th, Chase Briscoe 8th, Joey Logano 9th, and Ryan Blaney rounding out the top 10. Hour 15 minutes into the race, 8 lead changes, 3 cautions. Larson gets backed by Bubba Wallace for 4th place through 1 and 2 after losing that spot temporarily. And Ross Chastain trying to get up into the top 5 for the first time. He also out of seemingly nowhere has a run after the 23. On the front stretch, Chastain to the inside. The defending winner of this race was not in the playoffs a year ago when he won this one. Big slide job by Chastain. He was very loose through the center of the corners. He tried to hold clear of Wallace, and he is still clear. And a middle finger out the window for Chastain to the 23 as they go down the backstretch. That's what it looked like. I don't know why that was all about. Maybe they got into each other on the restart or something. But Wallace maybe didn't like the middle finger from Chastain. He takes the lead back and throws a huge block on the front stretch. These two are upset with each other, and I don't know why. But they are racing aggressively. Meanwhile, while they're racing as hard as they are, that might have lit a fire under Bubba Wallace's rear end because he's taken after Larson again for 4th. He not only cleared the 1 car through a big block, but he has pulled the 1. And this might be his fastest lap of the race, by the way it looks. As he motors past Kyle Larson through 3 and 4 to get right back into 4th yet again. At about 3.8 seconds off the race lead. Hamlin still holds the fastest lap bonus point. On lap 2, he put down a 30.572. I want to know what happened to Chastain and Bubba on the restart because it looked like Chastain just flipped him off after he passed him for some reason. And then Bubba passed him right back and then passed Larson the next corner. I don't know what that was all about. What I've learned over the years of watching NASCAR racing in general, don't make a race car driver mad because they tend to be at their best. Immediately after that is the case, they just find that extra gear. And that seemed to be what the 23 was able to find a lap or two ago. Hamlin running down Chase Elliott for second amidst the side-by-side commercial break currently airing on USA Network. It's a 2.1 second lead for Bell over Elliott, 2.3 seconds to Hamlin in third. Bubba Wallace, 3.9 seconds back and forth. And Larson has fallen to fifth at 4.3 seconds off the lead. Randy Ray, thanks for tuning in. Blaney working his way into the top 10. Yep. Yeah, him and Logano, 9th, 10th. I don't know that they have top 5 cars on speed. I don't think they've got anything for pretty much anybody who is in the top 5 or 6 right now. Obviously, there's still several pit stops to go, so they can get their cars better with adjustments for the rest of the day. But for where they're at right now in the running order, it's probably about their ceiling. Others could start to fall off a little bit ahead of them as well. There's always that. So that pass Logano just made, yeah, Logano up to 8. 22 looks a little bit better than the 12 at this point in the race. They had that right side tire strategy call that got them to 7th at the end of stage 1. He's pretty much lost a couple spots on the restart, but has maintained in the back half of the top 10 since. Hamlin did make a pass on Chase Elliott a couple laps ago. He is now in second, about 52 laps to go, still in stage 2 here today at the Kansas Speedway. We'll take our first break. You're listening live on KRC. NASCAR Cup Series action continues at Kansas on the channel.
A reminder, when in Vegas, you can stay where the races stay at the South Point Hotel, Casino, and Spa. It's the ultimate pit stop on the Las Vegas Strip. South Point, everything you want, all under one roof. And Vegas is not too far away, featuring in these NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. Presented by Valvoline. We are here in Kansas Speedway. Lee Dippy, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte, enjoying a very warm fall afternoon. And it's been a fun afternoon so far. Christopher Bell in this Ream Toyota Camry for JGR leads the way over his teammate Denny Hamlin, stage 1 winner. Then Chase Elliott, then Bubba Wallace with a tremendous comeback. And then Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain, who won this race a year ago. Then Chase Briscoe, the pole man, and Joey Logano with quite the comeback from the back of the field to be running 8th. So let's start at the top. And with thanks to homes.com, let's go through the field. We start with Christopher Bell with Kim Coon. Kimmy?
Yeah, Christopher Bell and his team had a pre-race point total for this round. They were aiming for it in order to transfer Saturday last weekend. We're on track for that point total. It's like Chief Adam Stevens told me, if we have a car that would win, we have got to capitalize. He said they should know by the middle of stage 2. Guys, it's the middle of stage 2. He's leading. They are preparing to tighten up that car on the next stop, though, Marty.
Ernie Hamlin with the fastest car on the track right now sits in second. And why are playoff points so important today for Hamlin and the 11 team? Before the playoffs even started, they told us there's one race we cannot win on the 11 team in the playoffs. That's the Roval. Roval is next week. Hamlin already has a playoff point in the bank. And remember, Dave, we said he needed about 40% more the last adjustment. They found it. Hamlin said, "Car's really good."
Chase Elliott started today just 14 points above the cut line. That's why qualifying fourth was so important, to put him in position to get those 8 stage points at the end of stage 1, but also important, getting this car right. They made another adjustment on the last run because the car had been trending free. He's running solid in third.
Talk about getting the car right. They have done work on that Bubba Wallace machine, currently running in the 4th position. Remember, he came in last in the playoff for into this race. They know the situation they're in. They're aware, but they said it is not a weekend ender, not a mindset changer. It's okay. Go the cards we're dealt with. We have to do the best we can. They just checked in with Bubba, asked how the car was. He said, neutral. Leave me alone. That's what he told the team, Marty.
We saw Kyle Larson fall from 2nd to 5th on the restart, Kim. Anything wrong with the 5 car? Kyle Larson said, don't worry, guys.
Fine, don't freak out. I didn't done that though. Car's argument, take it off. No panic here, no panic.
No panic, and Larson sitting in 5th, so the car is really good. Meanwhile, this pit stop cycle happening right now. Ryan Blaney is driven from the back of the field into the top 10, but he said he had a pretty bad vibration that was getting worse. So Jonathan Astor told him, said, I'm going to leave it up to you. You decide when you need to come to pit road. And Blaney said, that's enough. So pitting here, then you got to wonder, 46 to go in the stage, Steve, second open the window for everybody else.
They're going to have no choice. No choice, Marty, to your point about coming to pit road. We see now the 23 of Bubba Wallace, the 22 of Logano, as well as the 77 of Hocevar, Kim.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, he just talked about the car being neutral at this point. Remember, very angry for the first stage. Seems like they've gotten that car right for Bubba Wallace, Dave.
Trying to carry a little more entry speed both ends. That's what the driver was told by his spotter. You also get these 4 fresh tires here for better handling. Above him, you see William Byron coming down pit road. This car was not in great position at all. He complained on the radio. In fact, he called it horrible. The adjustment they did last time, William did not like. Also, his teammate, Chase Elliott, pits him up in the top 5. Elliott will get 4 fresh tires and fuel here, Marty.
You see the battle for the lead. Touch to your screen between teammates Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson coming down pit road. The no panic Kyle Larson doesn't really want any changes with the 5 car. A little bit longer on the right side there for the 5 as the battle for the track on the track also comes to pit road between the 20 and the 11. You see Chase Briscoe at the very front of the pit road. They finally got the freeness out of that run. He said I was a little bit too tight to start that run, but it paid off at the end of the run. Meanwhile, Kim, here come the teammates, Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin.
You see him nose to tail now. Christopher will pull out. Oh, almost a little incident there with the 34. Christopher just needs to be tightened up. Got a little too free on those 2 tires, Marty, as they'll put on 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Snowbow fuel.
Kim, it's interesting. Chris Gale told Denny Hamlin under the last caution, listen, when we have a green flag stop next, you could push it a little bit more. So Hamlin did that. 4 tires, no changes to the 11.
And the 11 easily beats his teammate off pit road. But look at this as we cycle through. Where's Bubba Wallace going to come out?
Early to pit road or early to fresh tires, big advantage. That should be enough for the 23 of Wallace as he takes the momentum around 1 and 2 by the team owner, by his competitor, the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin will settle in behind and try to just overtake quickly on the brand new tires.
The fall winner 3 years ago, Bubba Wallace in this US Air Force Camry has turned it around. Kim, here's his teammate.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick finishing up that stop. He just said tight, especially in traffic, but he had to work up some of that traffic after multiple hiccups on pit road. It worked up to like the 16th or 17th stop before these green flag cycles started.
What a story it would be if it was not from last on the grid, but from the bottom of the playoff field to victory lane for the 23.
Incredible.
Getting on the pit road and having good pit stops. All of it matters for track position. Nowhere in the picture is a 20 car. He had a bad pit stop, but a great, watch this coming to pit road. The 11 car right to the rear bumper of the 20, jumps to the outside of him. Christopher Bell is coming to pit road. Denny Hamlin's coming to pit road. That was an interesting exchange right there.
Then he follows that up with a 13.3 second pit stop on the 20, compared to the 10.1 for Denny Hamlin, or the 9.5 second pit stop. So look right here, they come in and around, but now they're out of sorts. The jackman's not in place. The right side's come off. Decent around the car, but I think all the speed was kind of lost on the right side getting out to the car. I mean, 4 seconds was lost from the 20 to the 23. 3 seconds lost to the 11. The fill-in pit crew members on the 11 are doing what needs to be done. Not the best on pit road, but very solid, keeping the driver in it. You see on the bottom left, penalty for the 43 of Eric Jones. Uncontrolled tire. Legacy Motor Club has been improving the speed of their race car. The next step for this organization is going to be execution. So easy to say, so hard to do. but a couple issues on pit road already kind of derailed the 43's effort.
What a fight here between boss and employee. Bubba Wallace and his co-owner at 2311, Denny Hamlin. Hamlin has said before, yes, I'm a co-owner and I'm involved, but when it comes to the drivers, I let them do their thing. Because I'm out there on the track against them. So I focus on what I've got to do at JGR, and we don't muddy the waters, so to speak, between the two. There's a very clear line in the sand between me as a co-owner and me as a competitor and as a driver.
9% of him right now is irritated he can't pass the 23. Now, there's 1% carried way down inside that he's proud of what he's seeing out of the organization. Now he's going to be happier now that he's in front of him. And Chase Elliott going to try to trap 23 on the bottom, get this big run off the top. What racing we've had today. I was not sure what we would see. Hot temperatures, sometimes a slick mile and a half doesn't allow the drivers a lot of opportunity. Exact inverse of that today. I think the hot temperatures and the Goodyear tire they brought Jeff's track is rubbered in from white line to wall.
Yeah, it's been aggressive. It's been good racing. Some good strategy calls.
I'd say they like being back on a mile and a half, Jeff, wouldn't you?
This is one of their favorites too. They love this racetrack.
And that new Goodyear right side tire that Steve was alluding to, we'll see that again here shortly in the playoffs at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Kyle Larson almost into the back of his teammate.
He get him a break there. I thought he could have taken it 3 wide.
23 into the 23 crossover.
Still waiting for Daniel Suarez to pit before Hamlin cycles through to the official lead.
And Jeff, you and I had this conversation earlier this week about Bubba Wallace. You know, he's made the playoffs before, but kind of did it on points. This year he did it with a win. And it's just been a different mental fortitude out of this driver. He has confidence. Even when his car isn't good today, he was fired up on the radio telling him what it needed to do, but I'm okay with that. But look at what that has done. The car has gotten better. The driver's still in the game, now running third.
The new dad is like a new driver.
35 laps to go in stage 2. We'll go through the full field running order as green flag pit stops have now cycled all the way through. In the middle of this stage, Denny Hamlin has cycled back into the race lead. Chase Elliott is second, Bubba Wallace third, and Kyle Larson fourth. Fifth is Christopher Bell, Ross Chastain in sixth, seventh for Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano eighth, Daniel Suarez ninth, and Carson Hocevar in 10th. 11th place for Chris Buescher, Ryan Blaney 12th, AJ Allmendinger 13th, Alex Bowman 14th, Zane Smith 15th, Justin Haley 16th, Josh Berry 17th, 18th for, now 17th Ty Gibbs, then 18th Austin Cindric, Tyler Reddick 19th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 20th, 21st Shane Van Gisbergen and William Byron 22nd, Noah Gragson 23rd, Kyle Busch 24th, Ty Dillon 25th, Jonathan Nemechek 26th, 27th for Brad Keselowski, Todd Gillen 28th, Michael McDowell 29th, Riley Herbst 30th, Cole Custer 31st, Austin Dillon 32nd, Daniel Suarez is 33rd. He was, I think, in 9th or something like that when I first went through the running order, but he was on pit road. Now he cycled out of the pits. Ryan Preece is 34th behind him. Then 35th, J.J. Yaley. Eric Jones 36th after the pit road penalty. Cody Ware, only driver out of the race, 37th after a crash back in stage 1. Bubba's gained 7 positions since the restart. Was in 10th. 3 car to make him sporty here and give him some sort of a shot. He was one of the first cars to pit road as well, so he's got slightly older tires than those in front of him. That's why he cycled out in front of the 11 to 9. Just got passed by them both. Larson also gets by the 23, and here comes the 20 of Bell and the 1 of Chastain not that far behind as well. But if he hangs on to 5th or 6th, at least he can get some sort of stage points out of it versus probably was on the verge of maybe not getting stage points beforehand, or at least not as many. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin, another Toyota driver who won stage 1, trying to sweep the stages here today at the Kansas Speedway. Take another break. You're listening live on KRC as our NASCAR Cup Series race coverage continues. Be sure to lock the fantasy lineups in before the end of Stage 2. You can also vote in the chat poll for who you think will win the race. That will close at the end of Stage 2. We'll also have our diecast showing all under that caution.
Laps to go in stage 2 here in the Hollywood Casino 400. Looking at Kyle Larson in third, Christopher Bell in fourth. He's the race leader, Denny Hamlin. Hamlin's led 63 laps already today. This has been very much a JGR Toyota dominated day, with Hamlin, Bell, Briscoe all leading laps, and a lot of them. But they have been effectively shadowed by the Hendrick Motorsports duo of Elliott and Larson. And that's got that feeling that that's going to continue. Let's check in with Dave Burns. What you got?
So it was so interesting yesterday in practice and qualifying when all three, when two of the three Penske cars had issues. The two was the one that did not, but they also forwent their final time on the practice field just to make sure they weren't pushing things too far. That looks like a corporate problem. You can't get a lot of straight answers from these guys, but they're doing a lot of things cool. But at the same time, it caused up the teams to look very hard at what they were doing on today. You guys know when you change one thing on a car and change the philosophy, you got to change it all the way around. So Austin has had a lot to complain about today, but also has not been able to find the speed to run up his front, Kim.
Tyler Reddick running in the 19th position. The expectation for 2311 is to go deep in the playoffs, and they are teetering on falling short of that expectation currently as they run. Tyler Reddick minus 44 to the cut line. They've had multiple mishaps today. Billy Scott told me we have got to execute on all fronts. They've fallen short on that today. They were treating this like a must win. They said they could not be conservative. They need to be aggressive with decisions, especially in the final stage, Dave.
William Byron runs in the 22nd position. I told you he wasn't happy about his race car. This was a report before the last stop.
Nothing, no turn, nothing. I have nothing. I'm getting off the corner and all. Terrible.
So he didn't like the adjustment. Rudy promised him we're going to do something different when you get back in here. Please try your best to keep that car on the lead lap. That may be a difficult task.
Hands full, to say the least.
He's currently running 22nd. Not the day they wanted so far. These guys are going at it, Steve.
Yeah, 5 of Larson, big run off turn 2. Bubba Wallace knows it, and Bubba runs him all the way down to the white line. Larson ended up getting by Bubba a couple laps later, but this was an aggressive defensive move by the driver of the 23. You know, the challenge is we just updated Byron back there at 22nd. That's the worst playoff driver. So a track where we have seen a lot of DNFs and playoff issues, today, at least so far, the opposite. Playoff drivers 1 through 8. So even a guy like Bubba, who's having a great day in 5th, is still, you know, a chunk out, 30 points below as they currently run, because nobody's really giving up any points.
I'm sure this 20 car, Christopher Bell, I think he's got the best car on the racetrack. Remember, he was on 2 tires at the end of the run before this pit cycle. Those 2 tires had given up some. The 11 of Hamlin had run him down. Then they had a bad pit stop, lost a lot of track position. Now he is battling Chase Elliott for 2nd position. He is going to slide Chase Elliott, take this, and we're going to watch him. He is going to run the 11 down right here. I think he has enough speed to get to him.
He's only 1.6 seconds behind his teammate and race leader, Denny Hamlin. So keep that figure in mind and watch him just eat away at it.
Am I the only one that thinks Daniel Suarez has run next up leaders 1 lap down most of the day? Every time I see the leaders, here's Suarez fighting to get a caution at the right time, currently in the free pass position. That could be so frustrating, too. You just get a little behind, you lose a lap, and then the rest of the day, you're like, look, I'm as good as these guys. I'm running right next to them.
Running good.
Yeah, just a mile and a half behind.
Joe Gibbs Racing and Toyota dominated the round of 16. Incredible performances. So with that, here's a Toyota driver update. We don't need to really go that far, do we? We'll dig that deep. 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th. Ty Gibbs back in 16th.
Just going to start it on the pole. Just really hasn't had, you know, that pace, right? He was really fast on short run speed, but just not what we expected for them. But not a bad day.
But that's the problem for Briscoe, right? That he hasn't had any bad days. Top 10 in every race, run at 6th here, scored stage points, and here he is 13 points above the cut line as we run. It's just the regular season performance mattered. Winning a ton of races, scoring those playoff points. It does kind of assure some comfort when you get into the playoffs. And You know, he only has 18 of them versus other cars that have in their 30s.
He came in 12 above the cut line, and as you said, Steve, he sits 13 right now.
We got 2 stage points in New Hampshire. I talked about the speed and see these 2 guys going at it. 2 teammates. Larson's going to slide up in front of Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott's going to turn left. No, he decides not to. Just going to push him. That must be simply because he feels like the 5 of Larson's a little quicker. It's no sense in me taking the battle to the 5 and then hold both of us up.
HenryCars.com on board. Looking back at Chase Elliott, I want to finish something that I started saying before and didn't get a chance to, and that was the words of Kyle Larson to people saying, look, it's been a tough year. We've had personnel changes. We lost a crew member. There's just been stuff going on that has an impact on the team. And he said quite proudly, we've continued to soldier on and push through and keep getting better. And going back to New Hampshire, yeah, even though it wasn't a win, it was a turning point. He said we're getting better. We're getting closer back to where we should be, where we need to be.
Talk about that 99 car being a lap down, trying hard to be the first car lap down. Well, Denny Hamlin just got to the 3 car of Austin Dillon. So now the 99 is no longer in that position.
Chase Elliott's thinking, man, give me a little space. Or push me.
Look how far the 20's driven away from this group.
And remember that figure I gave you a couple of laps ago, 1.6 seconds? It's down to 1.3. Christopher Bell is eating into Hamlin's lead, 10th by a 10th.
You can see Denny Hamlin. That's motivation.
What's
16 laps to go in stage 2. Denny Hamlin leads. Christopher Bell 1.6 seconds back in second, 2.9 seconds to Kyle Larson in third, and 3 seconds off the lead is Chase Elliott in fourth. 4.6 seconds back, Bubba Wallace in fifth, and Chase Briscoe in sixth, 7.9 seconds off the lead. Ross Chastain 10.1 back at seventh, Joey Logano 10.6 back in eighth, Chris Buescher 12.1 seconds off the lead in ninth, Ryan Blaney 13 seconds back, rounding out the top 10. Lead is definitely narrowing up between Hamlin and Bell at the front of the field. Bell's been a little bit quicker than Hamlin for the majority of this run post green flag pit stops. And those two at the front of the field are definitely the quickest on the racetrack at this point in time as well. Chase Briscoe in sixth was actually a couple tenths quicker than that of Larson, Elliott, and Wallace in front of him. Maybe things are being found correct for that 19 with whatever adjustments they have been able to make under the last couple stops. Trying to get themselves a little bit closer. He's about 3 seconds behind Wallace for fifth, though, so that's going to be tough to actually gain any spots out of that. A couple tenths quicker a lap isn't going to be enough to really run down a 3-second deficit with only 14 laps to go in stage 2. Hamlin in the middle of lap traffic as of right now. Got 32 cars on the lead lap still, which is quite a lot considering that we are nearly 60 laps into a green flag run. I believe it would be about 75 laps for this green flag run to the end of the stage from the last restart. A little less than the length of a stage 1 or stage 2. Hamlin has led for 75 laps so far, most in the race, 38 for Bell. 19 for Chase Briscoe. Larson led for 1 lap. Blaney led for 1 during green flag pit stop. Same for Josh Berry, who led 1. 5 for Brad Keselowski in stage 1. John Nemechek, 1 lap led. 6 for Suarez during green flag pit stops in stage 2. And those are all the different drivers who have led. Hamlin won stage 1. 3 cautions in the race. 1 in the first stage. 1 early in stage 2. And then the stage yellow at lap 80. 11 lead changes. 17 laps of caution ran so far. For lap 155 of 267 in the Hollywood Casino 400 at the Kansas Speedway. There's shout outs. Regine Huddleston, thanks for tuning in. Austin, welcome to the stream. Godzilla Legendary 2078. Many others. Almost to the end of stage 2. Larson keep in touch with Bell after Bell was able to get up to second place, passing Elliott. In fact, Larson obviously getting by Elliott for third during the commercial break as well. Hamlin struggling, trying to put Todd Gilliland a lap down in 29th. Even in doing so, though, Bell still losing a little bit of time to the 11. 9 to go in stage 2 this time by.
This pit stop started as well, so maybe this 20 car needs a little bit of a tune-up to be as good as they want to be on long run.
Well, Jeff, earlier you and I both thought it was 2 tires. Remember last run it was 2 tires, and that's why we thought he fell off. Now we're just wondering, or at least I'm wondering, if that's just not the signature of the 20, the last 10% of the run, just hard on the tires. Kim, what are you hearing on the 48 at Bowman?
Yeah, it's been a quiet day for Bowman, who runs in the 12th position, but not without issues. Something has been going on with his steering, and that's been going on since the middle of stage 1. It's been pulsing in the corners. They think it's a power steering leak, but hasn't really done anything to fix it. Right now, it continues to be manageable for Alex in terms of the car. He said it's lazy in the front, but then once the snap loose, Marty.
And let's give a shout out to Ryan Blaney and Jonathan Hassler. They have driven from 37th to 9th in this backup car. See, they had a very interesting conversation with Hassler this morning. He said, listen, because we've already advanced, I have one goal today, and that's it, playoff points. But starting in the back, I kind of figured I wasn't going to get playoff points today. So I turned this into a 400-mile test session. The Cup Series teams have never run this white side tire until today. The next race will show up at Vegas. And Hassler told me, I think Las Vegas is the most important race in the playoffs other than the championship race. So do you kind of follow that logic with Jonathan Hassler's team? Kind of say, hey, we'll take these 400 miles today here in Kansas. Maybe it'll help us in Vegas in 2 weeks.
Well, 2 things. One, I think it's very important to not just take weeks off. I don't think you can just take weeks off and go through the motions and expect to be able to tune it up when it matters. So I think that test session concept, Jeff, keeps the engineers, the driver, everybody with a very specific task at hand. Let's go prove we know what we need in a few weeks when we head out west of Vegas.
Let's give a shout out to AJ Armendinger as we ride aboard with Chase Briscoe with thanks to Toyota. The Dinger started 20th. He runs in 11th place in his Corlick Chevrolet. Speaking of Corlick Racing, congrats to Chris Rice. The former president has been promoted to CEO of that organization.
Yeah, Chris was there at the very start of that company. Continue to be promoted as they grow.
Ross Chastain, Joey Logano, this is 7th and 8th. And this incredible performance in the Shell Pennzoil Ford from Logano after just a very un-Penske-like Saturday, not only for Joey, but for Ryan Blaney and for Austin Cindric. And the very unfamiliar, from a team perspective, to have all 3 of them grouped at the back of this field at the drop of the green earlier today. So look at those positions made. 28 apiece for Logano and Blaney and 19 for Austin Cindric. And we are nearing the end of this second stage here at Kansas Speedway. Just 4 to go.
Hamlin's lead is just over a second now, but with lap traffic, Bell taking big chunks off him. There's Hamlin right there, side by side with Kens. Frank Keselowski trying to stay in position to get the free pass. There's Bell right there. So with 3 to go, I think Hamlin still has space, but at a momentum track like this, if you get the guy to get you in the wrong spot, kind of like Hamlin is right here, if you have to chop the gas one time or get stalled out, evaporate pretty quickly.
Hey, who's got the Xfinity fastest lap today? Let's have a look. Oh, no surprise, the 11th. Denny Hamlin.
Tell you, this is taking a lot of speed out of this 11 car in
Yep.
this battle. See Bell closing in. That's about a half a second right there. Keselowski's just not going to pull over. He wants to stay in this lead lap.
Bell's coming.
And for the first time in this stage, Denny Hamlin's lead has been trimmed to less than a second.
Well, he's got problems too, because if the 20 can get a run off the top, and the 11 doesn't clear the 6 right here, very important corner exit.
Clearing.
Oh, that is going to be the difference, I believe, right there. If he got stuck side by side, he was going to be in an awkward spot. He's slipping.
Yep, 1 lap to go now in stage 2. Hamlin clear of Keselowski. The lap car. Christopher Bell to the outside lane of the racetrack. Hamlin going to try to take his line away. Bell alters to the middle through the center of the corner as he tries to gain ground on the 11. Still about 3 to 4 tenths of a second back, though, into 3 and 4 for the final time for stage 2. Hamlin will be able to hold on the high side of the racetrack. And Denny Hamlin will sweep the stages here today at Kansas as he tries to go for career win number 60. Can he get it done? So far, so good. 2 playoff points will carry over into the next round for Hamlin as well, if he is able to advance his way into the next round. Christopher Bell second in stage 2. Kyle Larson third after being second in stage 1. Chase Elliott, top 5 in both stages, ends up 4th, and Chase Briscoe 5th. Bubba Wallace in 6th place, 7th for Joey Logano, second consecutive stage where he finished 7th. Then Ross Chastain 8th, Ryan Blaney 9th, and Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10. All right, well, on to the final stage. 102 laps remaining at the Kansas Speedway. This is our 4th caution of the race, still sitting at the 11 lead changes, and Hamlin has neared himself to 100 laps led on the day. He's at 93 laps led coming into the next pit stops, and he lost time on a 4-tire stop at the end of stage 1. He lost 6 positions, so we'll see if that 11 team can stay out in front. Gonna need to with the 20 of Christopher Bell looking as quick as he is in comparison to that 11. Well, in the chat poll, 178 votes. Thank you for everybody voting in the chat poll. 40% of you taking somebody other than Larson, Hamlin, or Briscoe for the win. Those are my 3 pre-race favorites. Larson was my number 1 pick. 36% of you took Larson. Hamlin, my number 2. 15%. And Briscoe, who was, 5th at the end of the stage, gets 9% of the votes. Of those 178. 78 likes on the stream as well. Our goal is to get to 100. Be sure to hit the like button if you have not done so yet, as we're just over 20 away from that goal. Time for the Stage 2 diecast showing on the channel. Look at this beauty, the Biff. And I believe this is 2006. Let me check just to make sure. It's either 05 or 06. It does not say. I think when I bought it at Bristol a couple weeks ago, the box said 2006. I've been looking for this diecast, the Greg Biffle National Guard diecast, for so long. Greg Biffle is my favorite driver growing up as a kid. I had this at a younger age from a 164 scale, but I've never had the 124 scale diecast of this. And I started the 124 scale diecast collection that you see behind me with the 2 cases a couple of years ago at Bristol for the 2021 night race. I bought about a half a dozen cars that night. Started the goal of every time I go to a NASCAR race, I'm going to buy at least a few more cars. And ever since that day, I was looking for this because this is one of my all-time favorite paint schemes. And I was finally able to find it. Not only I was able to find it, but it was also autographed on the windshield, which is one of, I think, only like 4 diecasts that I have that's autographed. So the fact that I was finally able to find this, it was my original favorite driver growing up as a kid, and it's autographed. Awesome. This is definitely one of my favorites that I have, even though it's newer to the collection. Very clean. You always like the red, white, and blue paint schemes, but the National Guard scheme from this particular car from 05, 06 in that era, yeah, Greg Biffle's the man. And that is going to be the diecast showing for today's race. First time I showed that off on the channel since I got it a couple of weeks ago. I was saving it for a good one. He's a former Kansas winner, so why not? Kathy Smith, thanks for tuning in. Tri-Cities, Washington. Yep, Washington native. Probably still races locally quite a bit. Pit road is open for the leaders.
On the day, he said it's the best it's been all day, but I still have the same issue. He needs it to live a little bit longer. He said, I've been making it work, but I've been pressing it pretty hard, Kim.
Ravel finished with that stage in the second position. Said, I need a number. We probably should keep it on the free side, though, for this next run. They'll put 4 fresh Goodyear tires on it after an air pressure adjustment, Marty.
Larson said the balance is not bad. This car is just very traffic sensitive. And honestly, I need to manage my runs a little bit better. Denny Hamlin wanted playoff points today. Well, the 11 team has maxed it out so far. He said we're better on exit, now tight on entry. And that substitute pit crew, they come in and they hold serve here on pit road.
Yep, Hamlin wins the race out of the pits. Chase Elliott up 2 spots. He's going to be in second now. Bell down 1, same for Larson. So a little bit of alteration in the leaderboard there, second through fourth, but Hamlin remains the leader with a different pit crew with 2 members suspended a couple weeks ago following a tire coming off. Great pit stop this time around, redeeming themselves from earlier. Hamlin holds on to the lead, and big question, can we see a milestone win here today? Can Denny Hamlin get number 60? That would tie him for 10th all-time with Kevin Harvick. If he is able to do that, it would also be his 6th win of the season. What a year it has been for Hamlin. Joanne Ellis, welcome to the stream. Go Cowboys! No! I'm a Packers fan, obviously, if you didn't know. You probably did, otherwise you wouldn't have said anything. Go Pack, go. We need a bounce-back game after losing to the Browns last week. That was brutal. And as an Ohio native myself, I got a lot of crap for work that Tuesday when I went in. I knew it was going to happen. I had like 4 different people coming to me. What happened? The Browns, really? It's funny when Browns fans can shit on their own team because they know that their franchise is one of the worst in the NFL, but the Packers lost to them. I don't know how. I knew it was going to be a close game just because it was on the road and it's tough to win on the road. And I said that going in. I was pumping the brakes. I'm like, you never know. It's on the road. I never like road games as a fan. Never easy. And sure enough, we lost. The worst part is we had it won. I mean, they gave up 13 points in the last 3.5 minutes of the game. That can't happen. What's wrong with me? I was a Larson guy, but this Denny guy is impressive. Yeah, I mean, Denny's right there. Looking for win number 60. I was hoping that Denny was going to win when I was at Bristol if my favorite guy, Ryan Blaney, didn't win. Like, I would go in, I root for Blaney as a fan every time I go to a race, hoping that he wins and I could see it in person. But ever since Hamlin got to 59 at Gateway and I was going to that next race, I'm like, man, you know what? It'd be cool to see him get a milestone win number 60. See that in person. We'll see if he can do it today because he's looking very, very good. Robert Goodrich, thanks for tuning in. Robert talking trash about the Cowboys. Restart coming up for stage 3 here shortly. Up to 86 likes. 14 away from 100. As we get set for stage 3. Only had 3 cautions prior today, so we haven't seen many restarts, but they have been hectic up to this point, and going to get even more so from now to the end if we see any more restarts following this one. You never know. This could be the last one. It's the last guaranteed caution, at the very least. We only had 4 yellows in the Xfinity race yesterday. We're at 4 in today's race. So this race is 100 miles longer. Extra 67 laps. Take advantage of it when you can. That's what all these drivers are going to try to accomplish here shortly. Front runners at the beginning of the pack for the restart. We'll have Denny Hamlin in the lead, Chase Elliott in second, Christopher Bell third, Kyle Larson fourth, Chase Briscoe fifth, and Bubba Wallace in sixth. Seventh is Ross Chastain, Joey Logano eighth, Chris Buescher ninth, Alex Bowman 10th, Ryan Blaney 12th, and Ryan Blaney 11th, and then AJ Allmendinger in 12th as he looks for another top 10. He's had 3 of them on mile-and-a-half tracks this year of the first 5 mile-and-a-half track races. Trying to get his 4th. He also had a top 10 at Darlington on an intermediate track a few weeks ago. He had a top 5 fifth place run. AJ's been pretty good on those intermediate tracks this season. I'd say he's been better on the intermediate tracks than the road courses this year, which is kind of odd. Slow stop for the 24 team on pit road, but guess they could take their time. They were already towards the back of the pack anyway. Byron plus 18 above the cut line. 17, remember, he was the regular season champion. With the reseeding after the playoff points awarded to Hamlin back in the first round. Hamlin was actually the 1 seed, but Byron the 2 seed, and he's giving up a lot of points today. He's lucky he's got that cushion for winning the regular season title. Can't have a performance like this again next week at the Roval, though, that's for sure. Trying to dig themselves out of the hole as much as they can and pick up a few more spots before the end of the race. Coming up on the restart as we begin stage 3 for the green flag action side of things. A little less than 100 laps to go in Kansas. Back to racing. Hamlin inside of row 1 for the restart. Chase Elliott on the outside. Elliott got a good push from the 20 of Bell. It's going to be tough for the 11 to win this battle. Into turns 1 and 2. Chase should get a little bit more momentum up off the exit of the corner. Hamlin's going to have to side draft him down the backstretch. Hamlin chops the bottom off, knowing the 19 of Briscoe had quite a big run. And there's a chance Chase Elliott's going to have the lead off turn 4, and he does. Chase Elliott out in front at the Kansas Speedway. Breaks the draft going to the apron through the tri-oval. He's got a couple Toyotas, both Hamlin and Bell, who were very quick at the end of stage 2 behind him. Elliott's been pretty good on the short run so far today. He challenged Hamlin for a few laps on a restart earlier. This time he gets by him on the outside. Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson still battling for 5th door-to-door. Into turns 3 and 4. Wallace clear on the bottom. Slides high in front of the 5. Also side-by-side Chris Buescher and Tyler Reddick. Great comeback for Reddick after a pit road issue earlier in the race. No stage points today because of the blunders on pit road. Not only a penalty, but also a slow stop because of almost making contact with the 20 car as well, as he was starting his first comeback. So Reddick in 8th and probably in a must-win situation with the lack of stage points today and the poor finish a week ago at New Hampshire. Bell slides clear of Hamlin in a slide job maneuver through 3 and 4. Hamlin faked the move to the bottom, went to the outside into turns 1 and 2 as he looks to get back by Bell for 2nd place. Exit of turn 2. They're side by side. The more they race like this, more of a chance Chase Elliott's going to have of breaking away, though Hamlin is clear down the backstretch on his JGR teammate as he tries to get back to the point where he won the first 2 stages of the race today. Hungry for win number 60. Very high probability Hamlin's going to enter the final couple years of his new contract. He's got a 2-year deal at the end of this season with JGR. If he continues winning races, does he stay longer? And if he does he have a shot to catch Dale Earnhardt at 76? I mean, I know 16 wins is a long way away, but if he wins this race, this is going to be a 6th win of the season. If he can hold that up for a couple more seasons, he's going to get there. Not to mention, he's still got a few more races left this year. At tracks he's good at, like Phoenix and Martinsville. Just throwing it out there. I don't think he's going to get that high. He could get to 70, though. I don't know about 76, but he could get to 70. Or even catch Kyle Busch, who's at 63, 9th all the time. Within those next couple of years. Got to get to 60 first, though, and he's closing in on Elliott to take the lead late. Hamlin gaining ground. Chases his car to the outside through the center of the corner, trying to get whatever clean air in the nose he can. Mirror driving out of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Hamlin's led for 100 laps so far today. These are, I believe, the first laps that Elliott has led, which are only 5 consecutively. How are they going to split the final stage? Pit stop wise, probably in half for the most part. Final stage is longer than stage 1 and stage 2 by about 15 to 20 laps, so more in half than what they were earlier, and it was mostly in half through the first 2 stages also. Pretty straightforward if it does go green for about 50 to 55 laps. Fuel window opens up with just north of 60 to go. May even start to see drivers pit that early from the middle of the pack. Bring others onto pit road a little earlier than expected, if that is the case. I have 181 of 267 right now. Bubba Wallace got by Chase Briscoe for 4th place a couple laps ago. Reddick's still back there in 8th. Both him and Buescher actually gained a spot on Hocevar to get to 7th and 8th within the last few laps. Carson's had a good run today. He's been back half of the top 10 the whole race. I think he qualified either 7th or 8th, and it's been pretty much 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th the whole race. Started 6th, actually, but still in 9th. One of the better runs for Carson in a minute. Actually, I think he had a top 10 at Bristol as well. I know he led laps, and he was in contention for most of that race. Maybe he didn't get a top 10 finish because of the late caution, but he had a good day going for him at the very least. Hamlin is only 2 car lengths off the race lead from Chase Elliott. Both these drivers, the 11 and the 9, have been charging the corner entry very, very hard. The 11 is just trying to gain as much as he can on entry and then kind of float wide to get clean air on the nose. This time he starts lower, stays to the inside of Elliott, and gains ground all the way through 3 and 4. And he is all over the back bumper of the 9 as they cross the start-finish line. He'll stay in the draft through the tri-oval this time. And if he can get just a little bit more out of turns 1 and 2, he might have a shot to pass for the lead in 3 and 4. Hamlin takes to the inside of the racetrack, not all the way to the white line, but a couple lanes lower than Elliott, who rides the wall through the center of the corner. And Elliott actually picks up time and pulls away from Hamlin. Hamlin lost quite a bit of ground through 1 and 2, and it's going to take him a few laps to try to gain that ground back and then some. Hamlin now a half a second off the lead. 1.1 seconds to Bell in 3rd, 2 seconds to Wallace in 4th, and Briscoe 2.2 seconds off the lead in 5th. I knew Elliott was going to be strong today, but here he is with a shot up at the front of the field. Came in just 14 points above the cut line with a lack of playoff points on the season to try to make his way into the next round, and trying to win at Kansas for the 2nd time in his NASCAR Cup career. Has not won here since 2018 in the fall. It's been a minute. I don't know what just happened to USA Network, but I lost my coverage. What the heck happened? I don't know if that was my TV or if it was USA Network. Could have been a Hulu problem. I don't know. My screen just went black all of a sudden. They could have went to commercial, and then it was just like a delayed. No, they're not on commercial. I don't know what happened there. It's back up and running again. Now they're going to commercial by the time I get my coverage back. I don't know what happened there. That was odd. 80 to go this time by. We'll go through the full field running order right now. Chase Elliott leads by 0.6 of a second over Denny Hamlin. Christopher Bell in 3rd. Bubba Wallace 4th. Chase Briscoe 5th. And Kyle Larson is in 6th. Chris Buescher 7th. Tyler Reddick 8th. Carson Hocevar 9th. Joey Logano in 10th. Ryan Blaney 11th, Ross Chastain 12th, Alex Bowman 13th, AJ Allmendinger 14th, Ty Gibbs 15th, Zane Smith 16th, Josh Berry 17th, Justin Haley 18th, 19th for Noah Gragson, Austin Cindric 20th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 21st, Shane Van Gisbergen 22nd, Michael McDowell 23rd, Kyle Busch 24th, Jonathan Nemechek in 25th, Ty Dillon 26th, William Byron 27th is the last car in the lead lap, and Cole Custer in 28th. Austin Dillon 29th, Daniel Suarez 30th, Todd Gillett 31st, Riley Herbst 32nd, Brad Keselowski 33rd, Eric Jones 34th, Ryan Preece 35th, J.J. Haley 36th, and Cody Ware 37th. Ware the only car out of the race. 12 lead changes today. I don't know that we've seen the last, though. 79 laps to go. It's going to be tough for Chase Elliott to hold on, but so far so good from the most recent restart at the beginning of stage number 3. Hamlin won the first 2 stages of the race. He's led 100 laps. He's in second, trying to get back to the lead on Elliott, who took it away from him on the last restart. Villador, welcome to the stream. Leona Grow, welcome to the stream. Cable went out. I had a black screen there for a quick second, which was odd, and then I exited out of my Hulu app and right back in, and everything was fine again. So I don't know if that was a USA Network deal or something with my streaming service, but I'm fine now. Laney Logano under a blanket battling for their spot in 10th place. Logano's gone backwards after finishing 7th in stage 2. Take our second to last break of the stream. You're listening live to the Hollywood Casino 400. All right.
Again today to lock himself into the round of 8. 19 laps led so far today for the driver of the 9, the KellyBlueBook.com Chevy for Hendrick Motorsports. And Steve, you alluded to it earlier. Qualifying needs so much these days. And this guy, Alan Gustafson and the team, they've had to dig themselves out of in the teens and sometimes the 20s and just low qualifying positions. Well, today, after a good qualifying yesterday, has been more of where Chase Elliott fans want to see him, at the front of this pack. So with 75 to go, let's have a look at the ones to watch presented by Credit One Bank. And for me, it's this US Air Force Toyota Camry of Bubba Wallace. He has won here before at Kansas Speedway, but finished 17th or worse in the last 4 races here. Remember how the first stage started? He went from in the top 10 way back to 18th. It's been quite the comeback.
I'm going to watch Tyler Reddick. It has not been the day that he's wanted. A lot of trouble on pit road, slow pit stops, almost had a collision also, but now he's worked himself up to 8th place. Can he find a way to get the caution at the right time, make an improvement to the car, and put himself in position to win this race? He, I think, is going to need a win if he's going to advance in these playoffs.
Well, the 24 William Byron had a great week in New Hampshire a week ago. 3rd in both stages, 3rd in the race. He came in 47 points above the cut line, currently running 26. And where he currently stands, he's lost half of his points with an ill-handling race car. Let's listen in.
I don't know. I just wanted to. I know, there's people right here. You know, you're missing something bad.
So the frustration on the radio of the 24 is the battle for the lead heats up. Can the 24 right the ship? It saves the points before the Roval.
Here comes Denny Hamlin, top box. This is for the lead of the race, and he's through. But watch Elliott as Denny slides up right in front of him. Coming off turn 4. The 11 is back out in front.
Denny Hamlin is just so impressive. We see it every week. 44 years old. Maybe the best version of Denny Hamlin we've ever seen.
And yesterday, he said he feels it is possible for JGR to close the gap on Team Penske at Phoenix, because everybody's talking about once we get to Phoenix, is it kind of just a runaway? You almost got to give it to the Team Penske drivers. We're going to get to Phoenix first, right? As you said, in countdown to green. Phoenix is a long way away just yet.
A long way away. The checker flag of this race is a long way away at 70 laps. If you're Denny Hamlin right here, your goal is to put some laps together to take the pressure off from the green flag pit stop. Allow your crew chief not to be so perfect on what lap you come. Allow that pit crew with a couple replaced members to just little less pressure. You know, it's like field goal kicking. I'd much rather have to make a 40 than a 50-yarder. It's an easier project. Well, right now, Denny Hamlin, he's trying to give his pit crew that same effect, right? Give them a little cushion so everything's not on the line.
We just saw a 21 car come down pit road. He made contact with the wall, so he had to pit a little bit earlier than they wanted to.
Let's talk about some non-playoff drivers. And Marty, the highest placed non-playoff driver is Chris Buescher.
Yeah, Lee, good call to give Chris Buescher a shout out a little bit earlier. Sitting in 7th right now. They've been pretty quick on the end of this run as well. And this team has certainly got some terrific momentum going. They finished 11th or better in 5 of the last 7 races. And when I talked to Buescher about that, he said, yeah, that's nice, but it didn't get us what we wanted, which was to make the playoffs. They missed it by 31 points, but they've been impressive here late in the year, Dave.
Marty, we talked to Carson Hocevar yesterday after qualifying when he qualified in the 6th position. Are you ready to make some noise in these playoffs? He goes, yeah, I have a lot less to lose than all those other guys in the playoffs, so I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to do what I need to do. The only question becomes then when you're racing a guy who is also in your same position. And Kim, earlier today, that was Zane Smith in the 38. They put on quite a show.
Yeah, and Zane Smith currently running in the 16th position, been flirting with that top 15. And although it's been a solid day, I think people walk away a little bit disappointed. That's because this is arguably Zane's favorite track on the circuit. In fact, earlier this year at Kansas in the spring, he said, I had the best car of the year here. We worked off that, good yesterday in practice. They thought they were going to have a top 10 car here today. But right now, the balance has just gone too tight. That car is plowing, and he can't plus.
Christopher Bell has eased his way past Chase Elliott and in second and in pursuit of his teammates. This is like the climax of the second stage.
Chase Elliott's fallen off a fair amount the last several laps. He has been much slower than the 11 and the 20, and also Bubba Wallace behind him is running him down.
Doug Burns, tell us more about Elliott.
We need the driver, the crew chief up here to do a little bit of analysis with this. Earlier in the race, the right rear was proppy. He called it P-R-O-P-P-Y, proppy. And then complained about the rear a little bit later on. He just said on the radio after he got past to the lead, I was as easy as I could be on it. And after he had the lead, he was unable to hold off Hamlin. So, driver, what's going on there? He's trying to preserve that right rear, isn't he?
Sounds like it. These guys right here, they're going at it. You saw the 21 on new tires go flying by him. I think when he's talking about the right rear, it just doesn't have grip. Like it's leaning, and the car's working the right rear too much. So what he was saying is, I tried to save the right rear. I tried to not run it 100% to make sure that I could be fast at the end of the long run, but it didn't do it. He still ended up getting on the right rear, and now it's lost speed.
1 second between the teammates at the front of this race.
Side-by-side commercial break on USA Network. 63 laps to go this time by. Denny Hamlin leads Christopher Bell by 1.2 seconds. Chase Elliott in 3rd, Bubba Wallace 4th, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 5 in 5th. 6th place is Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher 7th, Tyler Reddick 8th, Ryan Blaney 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Carson Hocevar at this current point in the run. Everybody's still going to have to pit one more time. I'd imagine we'll have green flag pit stops coming up soon. The window is about open from now to the end of the race. Battle for 3rd ongoing between Chase Elliott and Bubba Wallace. Wallace closing in on the 9 for that spot. Wallace right around 30 points below the cut line right now, as we run, even with him in the 4th place position. Maybe nearing a must-win situation, knowing that you don't want that deficit going into the Roval, and knowing road course success or a lack thereof for the 23 of Wallace. This might be his last real shot to make it into the round of 8. He won at Kansas back in 2022, and the fall race, this very event. Failed to make the pass attempt on Elliott that last time through turns 3 and 4, but he's definitely quicker than the 9 at this point in the run. Lap car of Josh Berry was on pit road a little bit ago, has fresher tires after he had gotten up against the wall, so he's kind of in the midst of this battle. Could end up ruining things for the 23 to try to get this pass done quicker than what he would like. 3 seconds off the race lead. Wallace to the inside of Elliott, very close to that back bumper. Elliott kind of altered his line a little bit, second half of the corner. Bubba through 1 and 2. Pinches his car down to the middle groove of the racetrack. Josh Berry on the bottom underneath both of those race cars, but Wallace is able to clear anyway. So Bubba into third as he gets by Elliott. Wasn't sure that he was going to actually be able to complete the pass in that corner, but was able to put enough distance between himself and the 9 before moving up, and he did make the pass after all. All right. Christopher Bell about a 10th quicker than the race leader Denny Hamlin that last lap, and the gap between first and second is now only about 0.8 of a second. Hamlin was starting to build that run up a bit before Bell has closed just a slight bit more. Lap 210 of 267. About 58 laps to go. Within the fuel window, but nobody has made a stop yet. Bell now only about 0.8 of a second off the lead from Hamlin. It's been about a 10th quicker lap the last several laps. Pretty consistently at that. Trouble on the front stretch. We got a car around. J.J. Yaley in the 44 is in the grass. Our 5th caution of the day. And this will bring the field onto pit road for what could be the final stop.
Reason that car wouldn't run inside the top 10. Now here he is, third with great speed.
I think there's 2 examples. JJ Yaley, let's have a look at what happens, then we'll talk more about Bubba Wallace. Keep your eye on the 44. Ross Chastain is on his inside. Carson Hocevar coming through as well.
Oh, he just didn't want to left. He tried to turn left. Ends up catching the 44 in the rear bumper.
There's contact right there. Won't be happy with that.
I mentioned the pit cycle. One car had come to pit road. It was Ty Gibbs. We'll see where he scores and if he's the free pass or not. We'll have to wait for NASCAR to tell us who exactly is going to get awarded the free pass.
J.J. Yaley did not want this caution, but I'm going to tell you who did is William Byron.
Yeah.
He is struggling. We've covered it. But he was 24th. It's only one car between him and the leader from going a lap down. So he needed this caution. He got it.
And remember all that pressure that Denny Hamlin could take off his pit crew by having a big gap? Erase all of that. Now it's toe-to-toe, down pit road, 4 tires for everyone. You hope you don't need to make adjustments because as fast as these pit stops are, any wrench in the rear window does slow down a pit stop. You ask that tire carrier to do a lot of work on a pit stop. You hope you can just do it with air pressure. And they are all lined up. First goal, no penalty, no loose wheels. You cannot go to the back of the field with 25. There'll be 26 cars on the lead lap. So how fast do you go? How hard do you go? Because remember, a win is an automatic advancement.
It hasn't been a great day on pit road for the 20 car. See if they can clean it up and have a good stop here. Bubba Wallace, his pit crew ranks 3rd on the year. He's coming in 3rd. Well, Chase Elliott as the best pit crew throughout the year. He'll be pitting 4th.
For all the pit stop practice that happens at the respective shops midweek, it is such a pressure cooker situation for these crew members on weekends when they have to perform. And it's split-second precision, and the pressure's on. They practice at the respective shops, but you don't get to practice in this pressure cooker situation. And it's the ultimate form of pressure where and it underscores, Jeff, you're constantly saying this, that it's a team sport, right? And that's so much comes down to the stops. And for those crew people, they're incredible.
It does, and obviously the pit crew is extremely important, but the driver's got to do his job too. He's got to get the car in the box at the right space, at the right speed. If the driver doesn't do all that right, it throws the timing off of everybody.
Here they come. Dave, pit road is coming alive.
And even crew chiefs play Alan Gustafson will roll out the right, left rear. So Chase needed something to hang on a little bit better and not abuse that right rear. That was the adjustment they made with there. And
Top right, Bubba Wallace. My lateral grip has gone away. Needs some longevity. Then bottom left, Chris Bell said, I'm really close. Can't trust back, but he told his crew chief Adam Stevens, do not tighten it up too much. Marty.
Danny Hamlin told Chris Gale, I probably pushed too much early in that run trying to catch the 9. I lost some run front grip. The race off pit road. Remember we talked, Lee, about him having the throttle sticking earlier, that issue? Now he said I had a steering issue as well in the 11. That was sticking under this caution.
Phenomenal stop by the 23 team. Bubba Wallace was able to leapfrog and slots in behind this guy. Denny Hamlin remains out front.
I think the issues for Denny Hamlin are mainly just issues in his head because he's driving fine. It doesn't seem like he's got any issues behind the wheel of the race car. Maybe overthinking things that he knows he's in the prime position to get his 60th career NASCAR Cup Series win, and things are getting tense as we ramp up to the finish of this race. So everybody took 4 tires there, and somebody in the chat alluded to the question of, maybe 2 tires. It was definitely going to be 4 considering they went almost a full fuel run before that caution came out. But now, pitting with about 50 to go, we're going to restart with, well, I should say around 50 to go. If we get a caution after about 20 laps or so, I could see there being a case where we see drivers coming in, taking rights only, and keeping the left side tires on the race cars and a mix with drivers taking 4, because we've seen drivers, at least quicker ones, take 2 tires and still maintain their track position for the most part. We're seeing a lot of wear out of the right side tires, but not as much out of the lefts. But if the caution ends up coming maybe 30, 40 plus laps into the run and we get a late caution, I think you're going to need 4, but 10 to 20 seems to be the longest you can go on the lefts and still keep decent pace. Hamlin was able to win the stage on rights only, but he also has one of the quicker cars in the field. It seems like it's been him and Bell, and now Bubba Wallace has really come alive in the second half of this race as well. Chase Elliott fires up good on the short run, but the long run doesn't have the pace that those 3 Toyotas ahead of him have. So top half dozen on the restart. We'll have Hamlin in the lead, Christopher Bell in second, Bubba Wallace third, Chase Elliott fourth, Kyle Larson fifth, and Chase Briscoe sixth. We're at 52 laps to go. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Our like goal of 100 on the stream. We are at 93 currently, 7 shy. Live commentary for next weekend. Friday through Sunday, Truck Xfinity Cup action all weekend long. Go over those start times at the end of the stream today, but we've got 50 laps of racing to get through first. We will stay live for a post-race. About 15 minutes or so after the race, we'll still be live. Get through some interviews with some of the top finishers. Obviously, go through the finishing results, Fantasy League highlights, and updated point standings going into the round of 12 finale next weekend at the Roval. 51 laps to go on the restart.
Is strong on the 11. I go back to Steve, what Vinny told me earlier this week. We've had such a great car here over the years at Phoenix. We have had multiple mechanical issues. They had one in the spring. They've had 2 today. Would this cost Hamlin the win if the power steering is not working? He just told Chris Gale, I don't know what to do. Gale said, nothing I can do to help you for now.
Yeah, the rack opinion steering, once the hydraulic assist goes out, you're dead in the water. You are not going to be able to drive it like a standard steering box of days of old. So we'll have to just see if the 11 literally has no power steering or if it's just a little bit tough. Let's take a look. 45 of Reddick. Bang. Couple big shots into the rear bumper of the 17. We'll have to see if there's any damage to the nose.
The
I
trouble
don't think so.
that Denny Hamlin has is he's leading this race. And he has started on the front row. What happens when he drives into the corner into turn one at full speed?
And Bubba Wallace is going to be on his outside. His teammate.
All right, well, we'll see if that power steering is to any avail for Hamlin. He gets a great launch in the restart zone. He's out in front. Green flag back in the air. Bell and Wallace now going to battle side by side for second. Oh, we got a crash in the back. Cindric into Logano. Both cars are around into turn one. Gregson collected, a few others crashing behind. I don't know how that happened, but we had a couple rows of cars bottlenecking as they went past the start-finish line on the restart. Caution flag is out immediately. And two Penske playoff drivers involved of Logano and Cindric.
And AJ Allmendinger.
That does not help Joey's points predicament, I'll tell you that much. He was
Several of these guys
top
are having
10.
really good days.
What happened? Let's find out.
Mid-pack. They all just get stacked up. Noah Gregson in that green and white 4-car was the first one to kind of change lanes, but it was because of the stack up.
They were just ping-ponging off each other. Gregson got into Logano, went the other way, got into Cindric. Cindric then got into his own teammate. Here's the view from Riley Herbst.
Before staying it, coming up to you, stay in the wall, stay up to the wall, stay up to the wall.
This is Cindric's view.
Now let's look above. That row 8. It's where it all starts. I just feel like the timing got messed up, Steve. They left the restart zone. Somebody didn't get going as quickly as anticipated, and they all started kind of just banging into each other. Here's another shot.
Yeah, somewhere around the 88, 38, that row kind of gets checked up, and then the pushing and the shoving, they get misaligned.
Chastain and Hocevar had contact ahead of the pack. That's how 77 went around. They weren't even involved in this incident.
Tell us more about Cindric, Dave.
The car's very wounded. You saw the ping-ponging that he was doing off of everyone there on the front straightaway. So the biggest issue is that I do not have power steering. Obviously, the several ways you can lose power steering. Contact is another one of those. So they'll try to patch up what they can here and see if it is rollable. But without power steering and a lot of other things, Kim.
Yeah, and Ross Chastain did not get out of that incident damage-free. Does have damage along the right side, not enough to bring him down. They just came on the radio and said, pit lane's open, we are staying out, but just something to keep an eye on for the one car of Chastain.
Yeah, I mean, it's really surprising this doesn't happen on more restart. Just as hard as everybody pushes and shoves. This pit road being open, I'm kind of waiting to see what the 11 does. Remember, we had all those radios about no real power steering. Unless you think you're missing a power steering belt or fluid would be the issue. I think that's the only reason you would come down pit road. I mean, no other real mechanical things can be repaired in any sort of reasonable amount of time. With 49 to go, I think the 11's just going to have to ride it out.
Didn't actually see Austin Dillon in all of those replays, but clearly his car is heavily damaged. One more look at the chaos. It was wild.
Well, just over 2.5 hours in. Caution's out for the 6th time today. 2nd time in back-to-back yellows in the middle of stage 3. Now we're going to be down around 40 laps to go by the time we get this next restart. 3 Toyotas lead 2 Chevys in the top 5. Hamlin, Bell, Wallace, then Elliott Larson. And then the back half of the top 10 is where you find the 3 Fords and 2 more Toyotas in the running order. Free pass, I believe, going to Ty Gibbs in 26th. He'll get back on the lead lap. Not sure what happened to him. He was top 10 in stage 1. He was right around 8th or 9th. Just kind of faded, I guess, as the run went on. Didn't even realize he was a lap down. I don't think he had any sort of a pit issue or pit penalty. Maybe that was the case during green flag stops. Yeah, Cindric going to need a win next week at the Roval if he's going to advance. He's minus 51. Even if he stays in the race, picks up a couple more points with drivers dropping out. I mean, he's going to need basically all the playoff drivers to drop out if he's going to want to really get back into a pointing contention for next weekend. Never won on a Cup road course before, but he won quite a few times in the Xfinity Series level on road courses. Just hasn't really panned out for him with this next-gen car. He has good finishes, just not really the race winning speed to contend there. We've got about 250 people watching right now. Greatly appreciate everybody that's tuned in. We're still 3 likes shy of our goal of 100. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. And subscribe for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend.
This wreck started at the front of the pack. Watch Denny Hamlin. He goes. A lot of misjudging of the pace. Then the 11 did not go the pace they wanted. Look at the space between the 1 and the 45. Now look behind them. Everybody's coming at a much higher rate of speed. Nowhere to go. Bumper attack starts, and then they ended up making contact. But that wreck started at the very front of the pack. It's no different than on an interstate. Something happens in front of you, then a quarter mile max where the wreck happens. That's exactly what happened here.
Playoff drivers involved in terms of Austin Cindric and Joey Logano. Ross Chastain, maybe he got away with it. Speaking of Joey Logano, he's going to have a penalty. Too fast, leaving pit road.
All right, so now Denny Hamlin, once again, he has a decision to make, Marty, on how he handles this situation.
Yeah, not really a word from Denny Hamlin other than what could I do? So Chris Gale and Brandon Griffith, the car chief, kind of went over what they could possibly do. They cycled the car. That was Gale suggested. They cycle the car for me. See if that fixes anything. Denny Hamlin said I did. It didn't fix anything and did confirm I have 0 power steering. The last restart worked out pretty well. Can this one work out? But with 48 to go and having the dominant car today, Steve, no shot they would bring him back down pit road to get it fixed.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't pit from the front row. I can't imagine he'll be able to keep the position. As I was mentioning, this is a rack pinion. So this big silver item right here, that's basically the steering component. You see the hydraulic line. So unless it's a hydraulic leak, normally it's this component that kind of gives up. It has a bunch of different functions. It has some drive and some gears in there. So either he's lost hydraulic assist or the system itself is breaking. I believe it's a hydraulic assist issue because if the part fails, normally the driver doesn't even really have to.
All right, well, here we go. 45 laps left on the restart, and Denny Hamlin, power steering issues, leads with his 60th career win hanging in the balance. He's led over 100 laps today. He won the first 2 stages. Going to try to do whatever he can to hold on, but it's going to be difficult. 45 laps to go. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Great launch on the outside of row 1 for Christopher Bell. As they cross the start-finish line, Bell is there. Hamlin right alongside through the first turn. Denny Hamlin trying to keep pace with the 20. They're going to be side by side for the lead up off the exit of the corner. 3 wide for third between Wallace, Elliott, and Briscoe. Elliott not going to be able to stay in line with the 23 and the 19. Hamlin holds strong for now. Is it a full power steering issue is the next thing, or is it kind of like a slow fade away with the power steering because he holds on to at least have the lead. 44 laps to go. Not going to make Christopher Bell's life very easy. Wall's cleared for a third off the exit of turn 4. Briscoe with the crossover to the inside through the center of the corner. And they're still side by side down the backstretch for a third. Zane Smith up into the top 10. 7th place on the restart. Battles with Kyle Larson and Ross Chastain. And another crossover incoming between the 23 and the 19 battling for third. Briscoe is clear off turn 4 this go around, and Wallace will cross him up to the inside. Aggressive side drafting by both drivers through the front stretch. Briscoe scrubs the wall up off the exit of the corner. Couldn't tell if the 23 got into him or not. It looked like he didn't. Maybe after Briscoe made contact with the wall, but Briscoe's got to be careful. Don't want to damage the car too much. Throw away a good point stay when he's not all that many points above the cut line. Not too comfortable to be running fourth and maybe give up 20 to 30 points because of an incident. So Wallace wins the battle for third after all, and it did look like Briscoe just kind of ran up the track and up into the wall. Wallace never touched him. Mistake overdriving the car for the 19. The 9 and the 5 are now closing in on Briscoe. Does he have significant enough damage that could be affecting the aero on that race car going through these high-speeded corners at Kansas Speedway? Ross Chastain getting by Zane Smith. Still showing Denny Hamlin as the fastest lap of the race, but that hasn't changed since lap 2. Got another car in the wall, Alex Bowman in the 48 as his playoff woes continue. Not sure exactly what happened. He's got some donuts on the left side of his car, so he might have had contact from underneath. And it came from Shane Van Gisbergen. And it looked like Byron, who was underneath both the 88 and the 48, were 3 wide. Byron washed up into the 88, then the 88 into the 48 above. Bowman got sandwiched against the fence. And he'll be headed to pit road for an unscheduled pit stop. It's pretty hard hit up against the wall as well as he got sandwiched. I'll be shocked if SVG doesn't make his way into the pit soon as well. Byron didn't have much contact with the 88, but enough obviously in the center of the corner to offset the handling. Chase Elliott now catching up to Bubba Wallace in a battle for third place after he was able to get by Briscoe within the last lap or two. I don't think Hamlin's got major power steering issues, at least to this point. 38 laps to go. He's got a 6/10 of a second lead over Bell. If it was a full power steering issue, there's no way he would be able to hold on to the lead. Maybe trying to dramatize the situation a little more for the TV side of things and make us a little antsy. Chastain and Chris Buescher battle for 8th on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. While they're showing Hamlin and Bell up at the top, who are still within almost a half a second of each other, and tight battle for third as well. The bottom left-hand corner between Wallace and Elliott. Larson fell back to 7th on this restart as well. Zane Smith still holding on to the top 10 in 10th. Head of the Penske Ford of Ryan Blaney. 23 cars on the lead lap. Points difference after Logano getting caught up in that last incident is only 8 points to the good over Ross Chastain. It looks like they'll be going to commercial break on USA Network with about 35 laps to go. We'll go through the full field running order then. Denny Hamlin leads. Christopher Bell second. Bubba Wallace third. Chase Elliott in fourth. Kyle Larson now up to fifth, passing Chase Briscoe, who has fallen to sixth. Chris Buescher in seventh. Tyler Reddick eighth. Now Ryan Blaney ninth. Joey Logano 10th. Oh, hang on. I got to exit out of this. This is not the running order. Let me refresh the page. Try that again. The raw feed looks like it fell off a little bit. this with the running order at the top of the screen before I try to run back through that again. All right, so it's showing Denny Hamlin in the lead. It is accurate now. Christopher Bell is in second. Third place is Bubba Wallace. Chase Elliott fourth. Chase Briscoe fifth. Tyler Reddick sixth. Seventh for Chris Buescher. Zane Smith eighth. Kyle Larson now ninth. Ross Chastain 10th. Ryan Blaney in 11th. William Byron 12th. Great recovery for being about 24th earlier. Brad Keselowski 13th. SVG 14th. Ty Gibbs 15th. Carson Hocevar 16th. Michael McDowell 17th. Ty Dillon 18th. Kyle Busch 19th. And John Nemechek 20th. Justin Haley 21st. 22nd for Cole Custer. Joey Logano 23rd. First car lap down is currently Eric Jones at 24th. Then Josh Berry 25th. Todd Gillen 26th. Daniel Suarez 27th. Noah Gragson 28th. Austin Dillon 29th. Alex Bowman 30th. Riley Herbst 31st. Ryan Preece 32nd. Austin Cindric 33rd. J.J. Haley 34th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 35th. A.J. Allmendinger 36th. And Cody Ware 37th. I believe 3 cars out of the race. 2 from that last incident, which took place on a restart middle of stage 3. 15 lead changes, 33 laps spent under caution, 6 yellows total. Denny Hamlin's leads 1 second over Christopher Bell. Hamlin has led for 140 laps out of 236 so far in the race. He won the first 2 stages as well as he tries to go for the race win. Bell in second is led for 39. Elliott in fourth is led for 23. 19 laps led for Briscoe from the pole at the start of the day. And we had about 6 other drivers lead during green flag pit stops as well for a few laps, but that is it. We'll take our final break. You're listening live on KRC as our full flag-to-flag coverage continues of the Hollywood Casino 400 at Kansas. Dale Benzel, welcome to the stream. Stu, Pine Tree, welcome in, everybody. Did the Cowboys lose yet? That's not until later tonight. What was that riding the wall? I missed it. Is it Larson? Oh, Larson got up against the fence. You know, that explains why he was losing positions. Because he was in 6th. 7th, actually, behind Reddick. He only lost 1 spot to Buescher since then, but I can't imagine his car's going to be a whole lot better after that contact. He's got Smith, Chastain, and Blaney right there behind him. Bell's been a little bit better at the end of the long runs than Hamlin. Wasn't getting a lot of time on him. But if there really is power steering struggles for the 11 of Denny Hamlin and they get worse, is Bell going to be able to capitalize off of that more effectively than what he would have earlier on in the race? Pass for position. It looks like Ryan Blaney just got by Ross Chastain for 10th on the racetrack, and those two are still going back and forth for that 10th spot. Bubba Wallace in third, 2.4 seconds back as well. Pretty similar lap times, those top 3 positions, just kind of trading them back and forth amongst the 3. Last lap, Hamlin 31.71. A little bit slower than the 31.699 for Bell. They were within a couple hundredths of a second of one another at least. Now as they cross start finish line this time, Hamlin was almost a tenth quicker than Bell. Again, they just kind of trade lap times. One lap Bell will be quicker, the other lap Hamlin will be quicker. Just kind of goes to show that they have the same stuff. Both obviously out of the same team shop back at JGR. Hamlin has the most wins of any driver this season with 5, looking for 6, and again, looking for career win number 60. Fine round number to tie him for 10th all-time with Kevin Harvick. on the NASCAR Cup Series wins list. William Byron, after struggling all day, trying to go for 11th place on Chastain. Both cars going to lose some time to that of Brad Keselowski behind him. Brad gets by Byron after the failed pass attempt by the 24. Chastain trying to hold on for all the points he can in the late going, but it looks like Keselowski will get under him next. Chastain's fallen off because he was 6th or 7th for most of this race. At times would kind of sneak up to 5th on a restart, but this final stage has not gone his way. He was in 12th before the last caution and got a couple spots back initially just to give him up and then some as he falls to 13th with the 24 car getting by him this time off of turn 4. .23 to go this time by. Hamlin again leads. 1 second ahead of Christopher Bell in second. 2.6 seconds ahead of Bubba Wallace in third. And Chase Elliott in fourth is 4.1 seconds off the lead. Rounding out the top 5 and fifth is Chase Briscoe. Hamlin wins. He not only obviously gets that 60th career win, as I was mentioning, but locks himself into the round of 8 of the playoffs, and it would be a 7 playoff point performance today as well. He had the most playoff points of any driver heading into the round of 12, so to get 7 more adding on to that creates an even better cushion for him as he tries to get to the championship 4, and maybe, just maybe, gets that first career Cup Series championship. 20th season in the NASCAR Cup Series. Could be a 20 years of frustration kind of deal. Hamlin's able to pull off the title. Larson, holding on for dear life for all the points he could get. Good run last week at New Hampshire, top 5 most of the day. This week was top 5 up until this final stage. Got against the wall in the last restart. He's trying to hold on for a top 10 spot. He is 55 points above the cut line, so Larson, good there. Even if he lost a couple more spots before the end of the race, he'll be in great shape to make it to the next round following the conclusion of this one. Bell consistently about a tenth quicker than Hamlin the last 2 laps, and he has closed to within 0.7 of a second of our race leader. 20 laps to go for Hamlin this time by. Christopher Bell has never won at the Kansas Speedway. Hamlin has won here twice and looking for a third. Last win for Hamlin was the 2023 spring race at Kansas Speedway. Also won the 2021 fall event as well. I hope the crowd gives him a standing ovation if he wins this race, just because it is a monumental win. If he can hold on. Probably going to become dramatic, though, down the stretch. We've seen a lot of great finishes in the Cup Series at Kansas Speedway in recent years, and we could be setting up for another one with these 2 JGR teammates if Bell can reel them in any closer. 32.106 the last lap for Bell. Hamlin 32.136 was about 1.3 seconds. Or I had that wrong. 0.03 seconds faster. 18 laps to go. I mean, even that much of a gain could get him to the back bumper of the 11. Making the pass is going to be another thing. But I guess in the event of the final lap, he doesn't have to complete the pass. He just has to get alongside of him and beat him by a bumper back to the line. Larson got another spot back after getting against the wall a little bit ago. He has since passed Chris Buescher for 7th on the racetrack. So it doesn't seem like he's got too much damage after making contact with the wall. Ryan Blaney recently got by Zane Smith for 9th as well. So a couple spots have moved inside the top 10 within recent laps. Playoff bubble as they run have Joey Logano plus 13 after getting involved in the last incident with damage as the last car on the lead lap. First driver out is Ross Chastain at minus 13 points after falling out of the top 10 late. Bubba Wallace, who is up in third, is minus 22. Minus 26 for Reddick, and minus 49 with Cindric, who was also caught up in the Logano incident. Though Cindric, multiple laps down, still in the race, but not on the lead lap. Hamlin's still managing that 7 to 8 tenth of a second gap as he's just getting into lap traffic with 15 laps to go. Ryan Preece, with damage from an earlier spin, is in front of him. Preece stays to the bottom of the track. Hamlin around the outside will get by. Larson trying to get as close to that wall as possible without touching. We've got a caution, 7th time today. Yellow flag is out. And we've got debris on the racetrack. Somebody has a flat tire, and it is, unfortunately, Kyle Busch. Right rear tire flat on the 8 of Busch. Looks like the right rear. We saw the same right rear tire go down for Logano and Blaney in practice yesterday, so maybe a little too low on the air pressure, although we were 30 laps into that run. No, it looked like he got against the wall a little bit ago. They're showing a replay, so he got against the fence off of turn 2, and then the very next corner in 3 and 4, the right rear carcass comes off of the race car. So 15 to go. Caution flag is out for the 7th time. And it's Kyle Busch for another weekend. And Denny Hamlin now going to have to let it up to his pit crew as to whether or not he's going to be able to hold on. I think the power steering issues are not going to be enough of a problem that are going to cost Hamlin if he really had any power steering issues to begin with. He was able to hold on to the lead that entire run, but now it's coming up to a pit stop late. So by the time they open pit road, it should be this upcoming time by. We'll be at 13 coming to 12 to go. We'll restart with less than 10 laps left. I think this is tough. Right side's held on earlier, but right side's held on with less than 20 laps on the lefts. Now we're going to have over 30 green flag laps on the left side tire. So is the right side's only still going to be the right decision, or is it going to have to be 4 tires that's going to win the race? This is a very tough call if you're a crew chief. I don't envy them. I would not want to be in the position of having to make this call, and honestly, I don't really know that either one is the wrong call to make. Because he won the stage on right sides earlier. Even though that was less than 20 laps, I think it's a little risky, but at the same time, we know this next-gen car, and it's so hard to pass. But the passing is more available here at Kansas with the multiple grooves than, say, like a Dover or something of that nature. If you ask me, I don't think there's a wrong call here. You do take the risk of taking 4 and like 8 guys taking 2 tires and you restart back in 9th, and I don't think you're going to have enough time to get back up there. But if only a couple of them take right sides, there's a chance to get back to the lead. You definitely have to pit for some tires. I don't think you could stay out and still win the race. I think you got to go right sides or 4 at the very least. Yeah, I mean, if you take 4 and lose the race, I don't think I'd be upset with it. If you took 2 and lost the race, I don't think you could be upset with it, honestly. And if you're a fan of Hamlin or some of the front runners,
Pressure on the pit crews at Kansas Speedway.
I wish you the best of luck.
Position hits first. He needs his team to go back to the adjustments they had the run before him.
It's Bubba Wallace. It's right sides only.
Yep.
Sounds like, and it is in fact right sides only. Christopher Bell just needs to be a half number. Also right sides only for him.
Denny Hamlin survived 30 green flag laps. Cammy gets into a stop finally without the power steering.
Wow.
But they do lose some
Wow.
spots. Pit road takes the 2 tires for the 11 team.
Lost a bunch of spots.
Hamlin took right sides only, but lost 6 positions in the pits despite coming in as the leader. Oh, man, how do you lose 6 spots with a 2-tire stop? Slow to get the jack up. Wow. I don't know if they were going to take 2 or they were going to take 4, but they were kind of forced to take 2. Otherwise, they would have fell out of the top 10. How long the right side tires took to go on the car. And that might have costed Hamlin shot at his 60th career win today. After dominating this race, a slow pit stop with backup pit crew members after a penalty a couple weeks ago with a tire falling off at Bristol. 159 laps led and 2 stage wins for Hamlin today, but now he is going to be in 8th on the restart, or 7th on the restart after losing 6 spots. Christopher Bell won the race out of the pits, taking right sides only. 4 fresh tires from 8th on back. The top 7 took right sides only. And it should be Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell on the front row with Bell as the leader. We did hit our like goal of over 100 likes on the stream. We're at 113 right now, but be sure to hit the like button if you have not done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We do live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend, Truck Xfinity Cup races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. Helps the channel out a ton when you do both the like and the subscribe buttons. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in every single weekend as well. And we're coming down to the wire, Kansas Speedway, and a shot at the round of 8 on the line. A couple drivers in the top 5 that are below the cut line, Reddick and Wallace. Did Todd Gillen stay out of the pits, or did he get the free pass? That caution coming out. If he stayed out, that's going to mess everything up. I'd like to think he didn't stay out and he took the free pass. Things are just slow on our leaderboard to update. Pandemonium late. All right. Probably going to have 9 laps to go in the restart. I mean, that's enough laps for Hamlin to get back to the front, but the problem is that he's got a lot of guys on 4 tires behind him. And I wouldn't want to be the last of the drivers, especially in traffic, to be on rights only.
Stop. And basically, he could have took 4 tires in the same amount of time. And let's
Same with Christopher Bell, because
shout out to SVG in 11th, by the way. And I think he's got 4 tires. Could you imagine? He's like the 3rd car on 4 fresh tires back there. 9 laps to go. I think 2 tires will work for the guys at the front of the field, 1st or 2nd, with cleaner air. Knowing how many guys took 4 or also took right side tires behind them. And then everybody with 4 tires on back, again in 7th. Looks like Logano from 23rd also took right sides only. He's in 9th. And he also has damage from an incident that took place with about 50 to go. 9 lap shootout. Toyota's in the front 2 rows. Top 4. Playoff drivers in the top 9 positions. None of them won last week. A win guarantees you a spot in the round of 8. Green flag back in the air. Great launch for Christopher Bell inside of row number 1. Bubba Wallace, though, hanging on strong on the outside. Couple cars fanning out the 3 wide, nearly 4 wide now into the first turn. Back around row 5. Wallace Bell still door-to-door for the lead. Wallace has a charge on the high side. Big, tight moment for Hamlin on the inside. Loses a couple spots as he couldn't hold on to the bottom groove of the racetrack. Reddick and Briscoe get back by him. Tightly into 3 and 4 is the side-by-side battle between Wallace and Bell at the front of the pack as we come for 8 to go. They're still door-to-door off turn 4 for the lead. Briscoe clear for 3rd on Reddick. And Reddick to the inside now for that spot into turn 1. Bell still on the inside, Wallace on the outside. Battle for the lead continues through 1 and 2. 2nd lap now following the restart. Wallace in the middle groove of the racetrack, doesn't go all the way to the wall. Bell pinched down on the bottom. Here comes Briscoe with a run up the high side. And he's going to go to the top again. Trouble back straightaway. Carson Hocevar's around, and the caution flag is out with 8 laps to go. Well, the caution flag's not out yet. Still green. And now the caution's out. What the heck happened there? I think Bell had the lead at the time of the yellow. They're going to go back to the last scoring loop. I don't know why it took NASCAR so long for the caution to come out. Hocevar was beached. I mean, he had multiple flat tires following the spin. And he had contact from behind off turn 2, which resulted in the spin starting. '20 was in the lead, but again, remember, they go back to the last scoring loop, and Wallace had his nose out ahead off turn 4, and then Bell had to run down the front stretch. So our leaderboard is saying Wallace is out in front, but I can see that. I obviously don't know where the scoring loops are at on the track. To be fair, Wallace was leading also when the 77 first spun, which is when I thought the caution should have come out. SVG got up to 8th. SVG might get a top 5. Is he the first of guys on 4 fresh tires? No, Larson is right in front of him. Larson and SVG are the top 2 on 4 fresh Goodyears. Larson's 6th, I believe. No, Chase is 6th. So Larson's 7th. SVG's 8th. So they only both picked up about 2 or 3 spots. And now they're going to have even less laps left with the caution, so I think that only hurt them more. I don't think they were going to get all the way up to the lead. I think there was a shot they got back in the top 5. Still could, but I mean, it's going to take a ton of restarts for them to get all the way to the front, because it doesn't seem like we've seen as much wear out of the left side tires as the right sides today. Got just over 300 in the chat now. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in. See if we can get that light goal up to at least 150. We're at 118. We've got over 300 people concurrently watching. The home stretch of the Kansas Speedway Hollywood Casino 400. And second race of the round of 12 for the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. Well, everybody had to pit. Yeah, with the tire wear, everybody had to come down. Literally everybody pitted. Staying out was not going to be an option there. Just a slow pit stop costed Hamlin. Not on the crew chief by any means. That was definitely on the pit crew. Hamlin's only plus 24 points above the cut line. I would have thought he was going to be more than that. That's even with him running in 5th. Another reason why a win is important, because he is not great on the road courses with the next-gen car going into the Roval next week. I don't think 24 points is a lock. That's even with 2 stage wins today. That's insane. But I guess he didn't really perform well last week. Ran outside the top 10 all race long at New Hampshire. So goes for him. Bubba Wallace leading the race, trying to go for his 2nd career win at Kansas and 2nd win of the season in what has been a breakout year for the 23 team. Ever since that win at Indy, I mean, they have contended for wins on a couple of occasions. He led a ton of laps at Richmond. Had they not had a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops that trapped him a lap down, I think he was going to have a real shot to win that day. Didn't have the speed last week at New Hampshire. Neither did his teammate Tyler Reddick. Both of them finished outside the top 20, put themselves in a hole entering the race. From about middle of stage 2 on, though, Wallace has been up in the top 5. Hamlin having the slow pit stop. He beat Bell on the last restart, long enough for the caution to come out, and now he leads for the first time all day long. Bell and Wallace were side by side for every bit of those 2 laps before the caution came out. And I don't know that any of them really had an advantage over the other. The difference is this time, Walls gets the lane choice on the restart. Bell was the leader the restart before that. He chose the bottom. Does Wallace choose the top again? We haven't seen many drivers do that as the control car today. Yeah, I'm regretting taking Larson for the win. Although if I didn't take Larson, I was going to take Hamlin, and he fell out of it, but he's had the car. And Hamlin did get back up to 5th. So he got 2 positions back. He was in 3rd initially, but he kind of overdrove 1 and 2 trying to get to 3rd, 3 wide to the bottom, and that's how he fell back to 5th. But he was close. Maybe he tries it again, another row up, and hangs on to it this time. If Hamlin gets to 3rd off of turn 2, and the 23 and the 20 are still side by side, he's not out of it. He's had that quick of a car today. After a slow pit stop, does he have a shot to still get his 60th career win? And don't count Tyler Reddick out of it for 4th. He hasn't led all day today. Quietly getting better as the race has gone on. He's in the top 10 early at a pit road speeding penalty. Another issue with Christopher Bell in the pits where they almost made contact with one another. Bell kept his track position. Reddick did not. So he's kind of had to come from the back twice. I don't think he's been quite as strong as that 23 car, but he's been in the back half of the top 10 for all of stage 3. He just didn't get up there till then, so no stage points for the 45 team today. It looks like right side tire is going to be the right call just because of how many of them ended up staying out. We are going slightly past the scheduled distance for today's race. So this is considered overtime. We will have 2 laps to go on the restart. Last time we had an overtime finish at Kansas Speedway, it was the closest finish in NASCAR history between Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher, and even Chase Elliott and Martin Truex Jr. were not that far behind in 3rd and 4th that day. Do we see another side-by-side classic Atlanta finish? We've had a few of them in this track's history. That closest one just 2 years ago. In the spring race. Well, really, spring race of last season, about a year and a half ago. Walls needs this win, maybe a little bit more than anybody else. Well, him and Reddick both need the win probably a little more than anybody else that's in the playoffs inside those top 5 to 10 positions, but the security blanket of that lock is still on the line for others around him. And will this be the final restart as well, is another question that has yet to be answered, or will we get another caution before they get back to the white flag? Wallace won at Indianapolis. It was on an overtime restart where he had to hold off Kyle Larson, who had a faster car and slightly better tires at the later portion of that race. Much harder to pass at Indy than at Kansas, but can he play enough defense again this time around as well? 2 laps to go. Wallace did elect the inside lane, which is where Bell was on the last restart. Wallace has his teammate Tyler Reddick right there behind him. And Bell's got his teammate Chase Briscoe behind him. Green flag in the air. And Bell got a great push from the 19. Almost looked like the 20 might have launched first because of how good the push was from the 19 car. 23 side drafts it back, and they're door-to-door into the first turn. Chase Briscoe got to look to that outside lane, trying to get clean air on the nose and see what kind of a run he can get down the backstretch. Bell is nearly clear of Bubba Wallace. Big side draft by the 23. A duck to the bottom of the racetrack while the 20 flatlines the corner as well. Up off the exit of turn 4. Very tight, 23 and 20. Slight bit of contact. Caution flag is out again as they exit turn 4. One car on its side. Zane Smith, as he goes up and over, flips multiple times down the front stretch. What happened to Zane Smith? Massive crash in turns 3 and 4. He was running inside the top 15 most of the day. Carnage on an overtime restart late. Caution came out a few hundred feet away from the start-finish line. Zane Smith was sliding on his door up against the outside wall, kind of wheels first against the fence, if you will. And then as he came down the banking to the apron of the racetrack, the car tumbled a couple more times. We don't know how that wreck started. We have not seen a replay yet. We will have another restart. Red flag is out.
We will have a replay for you, but to just see what happened. Josh Berry is out of his car.
Man.
Last week's runner-up was involved in that multi-car incident. Eric Jones, or was it John Hunter Nemechek? I can't quite see from here. Also involved.
Yeah, Smith is out of the car.
And there we go. That's a good sign. Zane Smith out of the car, communicating with the AMR safety team. And here's how it went down.
Under red flag because of this wreck. 42. John Hunter Nemechek was driving to the left rear quarter panel. Zane.
That was weird looking.
Zane climbs the wall. It gets on the left side and just rim rides it all the way around. Not sure I've ever seen that before, Steve.
Now it reminds me
Not
of
here.
Mike Kozlowski decades ago at Fontana and Xfinity cars. The only time I remember, and then when it finally gets perpendicular to the asphalt, it catches in. And I can tell you, those look like slow tumbles, but I guarantee inside the car, those are some very hard hits.
On the pavement.
Scary situation right there. Driver against the asphalt for a long, long time. The 42 got sent back up for a really hard hit. And then right here, these are very, very tough tumbles against the asphalt. And then that one lands. You know, there's no more air in the tires. It lands right on the frame rail.
Man, we saw an Xfinity wreck like this years ago at Bristol. These are when Nemechek went back across the racetrack, he got into Berry and shot both of them up to the right. Big contact, big impacts.
Ty Gibbs involved as well. Saw him sideways through turn 4. Wow, that one there would have been
Just vicious.
oh yeah, violent, noisy.
Unfortunately, the safety systems in these cars, not just the car itself, but the seat. The seat has head surrounds. It limits the movement of your head, so your head cannot get to the left side of the car. Watch this; it's pretty weird. Like Nemechek just gets in there, just gets into the left rear quarter panel, and then he just climbs the wall. Then Nemechek across the racetrack gets into Josh Berry. Oh, Nemechek just misjudged the entry speed.
Misjudged something.
Good see Zane get out.
This will be wild.
Things happen so quickly when they first happen, but this takes forever when you're in that car. This part.
Here's the view from Kyle Busch. So Nemechek tagged Ty Gibbs before he came down and got into Josh Berry as well. Jeff mentioned it earlier. Pictures tell the story. We're under red flag conditions here in Kansas. And again, if you're just joining us, Zane Smith did get out of the car with the assistance of the AMR safety team and walked away and will be checked at infield medical. We'll squeeze in a quick break here. One more look at it, right of your screen there. Zane Smith on his side, eventually went upside down, a couple of flips, but he is okay.
Wild ride for Zane Smith here at the Kansas Speedway. Legitimately wall riding through 3 and 4 after contact from John Nemechek on an overtime restart, sliding across his door. And as he was coming down the banking of the tri-oval, by the time that car made its way to the front stretch, took a couple of rolls before coming to a complete stop on the apron of the racetrack. Smith has got out of the car under his own power and obviously taken the mandatory trip back to the infield care center. We're under red flag conditions following the crash. And we will have a second overtime restart when we get back to racing. Bubba Wallace in the lead. Christopher Bell in second. Chase Briscoe is third. Tyler Reddick fourth. And Denny Hamlin rounds out the top five. All Toyotas. Then Kyle Larson in sixth. William Byron seventh, as high as he's been in the running order all day. Chase Elliott eighth. Ross Chastain ninth. Shane Van Gisbergen in 10th. Brad Keselowski 11th. Justin Haley 12th. Chris Buescher 13th. Michael McDowell 14th. Joey Logano 15th. Todd Gilliland 16th. Ty Dillon 17th. Ryan Blaney 18th. Daniel Suarez 19th. And Eric Jones 20th. Kyle Busch 21st. Noah Gragson 22nd. Cole Custer 23rd. Cole Custer 24th. Ty Gibbs 25th. I had that wrong. I skipped someone. Kyle Busch 21st. 22nd. Noah Gragson. Then Cole Custer 23rd. Ty Gibbs 24th. Zane Smith 25th. John Nemechek 26th. Josh Berry 27th. Riley Herbst is 28th. Ryan Preece 29th. Alex Bowman 30th. Austin Dillon 31st. Carson Hocevar 32nd. Austin Cindric 33rd. J.J. Haley 34th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 35th. A.J. Allmendinger 36th. And Cody Ware 37th. We'll still be live for about 15 minutes or so after the race concludes today, so be sure to stick around for a brief post-race.
High likelihood of things changing when we go back to racing here at Kansas Speedway under red flag conditions at the moment because of a big crash in turns 3 and 4. And let's go to some replays leading up to that.
Yeah, on board with Briscoe, who's just barely above the cut line. Remember, he just asked what the point situation was. And watch this right here. He has a huge run up turn 2. Listen to the spotter.
Straight in here. Big room out front to get to the 20.
Big run out front. If you big room out front,
Wow.
20. Briscoe has every chance to push his teammate, but Briscoe's thinking he has to win. He has to win, so he swings left. Bubba defends it. Just an interesting small nuance of the 19, as he should, thinking he needs to win this race.
Yeah, he had to win the race. And watch this as we continue on. Watch Bubba Wallace in the 23 car runs Christopher Bell up the racetrack. Bell had to lift or make contact with the wall. Now remember, Christopher Bell has another restart, and that goes in the memory bank. All right, you're willing to shove me out of the line for this spot. That means you give me a permission slip for me to do what I got to do to win this race.
Hard to believe this 38 car is 3,500 pounds. It goes up, it runs, what, a quarter mile?
That slide against the wall was very fast, too.
And then right here, it tumbles. Like
I mean, he was going well over 150 when he was sliding against the fence.
When it lands, if you look at the left side, though, look how intact it is. Even sliding all that distance. Jeff, I can't imagine what Zane Smith is seeing and smelling and thinking as you know, as you said, he's belted in. But what is he, a foot off the asphalt?
Oh,
18
yeah.
I mean, like 18 inches from your headrest is the asphalt going by at 100 miles an hour?
Sparks flying sideways. Like, what in the world is happening?
Just such a visceral experience, like I spoke about the noise aspect before.
That's a good example.
Here we go.
right here. So,
Yeah.
obviously, this head surround is part of the seat.
Yeah, so that whole part is connected to the seat.
So if you look where the driver's helmet is, right? This is part of the head surround. That is connected to the seat. There's one on both sides of the driver's head. So you can see that head surround. It's a good 2 inches from the window net at the very back.
I said he was a foot from the asphalt. I don't know. That doesn't look like
No.
a foot right there. I'm going to say he's about 6 inches from the asphalt.
So, but that head surround is made out of carbon fiber. It's very, very strong. It does not move. It essentially is very, very stiff. The foam, where you see the Monster Energy logo, that foam, that's the energy absorbing material. It moves. So when the driver makes contact, that foam moves, lets the driver's head absorb some energy, takes the movement away, slows everything down, but the head surround itself, it doesn't move. It is very, very stiff.
And there's actually a rule. So NASCAR has a device they put in here, and they measure the head rest location both laterally and vertically within the car. So they know where it is relative to the window net and some of the bars.
And how far the helmet is from it. There's
Yeah.
rules that you have. The closer you can get those head surrounds to the helmet, the better it is because it limits movement. So there's a rule they have. It has to be a certain distance from that helmet, both left and right. They check it every single week.
Fans are here in the stands, here in the heartland. You heard the round of applause as the cars fire up. We get ready to go into the second phase of overtime. Here's Kim Coon.
Yeah, you guys talked what is or isn't expected about teammates between the 20 and the 19. What about the 23-11 teammates? Remember, before the last restart, Bubba Wallace kind of had this perfect scenario with his teammate Tyler Reddick pushing him. What did Bubba think of Reddick's performance during that restart? Take a listen to the radio.
45, that's one. Good job, man. One. Good job. He sat back down the stage. Sorry, won't get up again. But I think you know, mine.
So Bubba not happy with his teammate Tyler Reddick. You heard his spotter, Bubba's spotter, Freddie Kraft, say, I'll go talk to Nick. That's Nick Payne. That is Tyler Reddick's spotter. So, Jeff, as you look at this restart, what do you think Bubba wanted that he did not get from Reddick?
Well, look at the 19, right? So the 19 lunges at the 20, but gets the timing wrong. So they get spaced out. The 45 actually does a better job in his full contact. He's wanting him to push him. So he launches, the 45 just doesn't sync it up, doesn't time it out correctly. But Bell did a great job on the outside. I don't think you can discount the job that Bell did. That little bit of a shot, without a doubt, helped Christopher Bell. But I'll be honest with you. I disagree with Bubba Wallace. I don't think that Tyler Reddick has one job. I think he's got two jobs.
He wants to win the race.
Yeah, he's got to win the race.
Please. There is no question, 23-11, if you're a teammate, needs to win this race. But it's okay for Tyler Reddick to be the one, right? So Tyler Reddick in the position he's in, he can't just say, hey, I can't try to win this race too. But what you don't want to do is do something where both of you don't win this race. Tyler Reddick is in a tough spot.
I can't have that happen again.
That's Bubba Wallace saying, I can't have that happen again. How about this, folks? In the space of 7 days, that has been dominated by the talk about how teammates race each other. Now, in the top 5, you've got 3 teammates from Joe Gibbs Racing and the 2 from 23-11.
So to Jeff's point, I just believe, look, if I was in this 23 team, I'd be reminding Bubba that while we should expect some help from our teammate out of the restart zone, let's not forget that this isn't a team sport. Bubba Wallace wins. It doesn't put both 23-11 cars into the next round. It only puts the car that won. So I'm with you, Jeff. I understand Bubba's frustration, but let's worry about us. Let's not drive expecting help.
The difference between this week and last week is all of these guys are still playoff eligible.
Yes.
All of these guys still have an opportunity to win a championship. Now, look, the other side of this is we don't know what the conversations are at 23-11 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If we get in these situations, this is how we're going to handle that. We're not privy to that information, but I can promise you that the sponsors and the crew members and everybody involved on both of these cars want to be the one to win.
Well, we went under caution and went under red flag because of a very scary crash experienced by Zane Smith. He's with Dave Burns now.
Lee, he's out at the infield care center. What did you just experience, smell, taste, feel?
Yeah, it was a wild ride, no doubt. Before I knew it, I had a decent restart going, and then, I just get wrecked by the 42. It just drives through me. And then, I was sliding on the wall and was just mad at that point from how our day was going. And then this just pissed me off even more because that's what really hurt, was just flipping down the track. So, violent, no doubt, but such a fast speed you cashed forward today, and just a bummer. Right before that caution came out, we were gonna have a top 10 day racing up inside the top 10 majority of the day, and it's a shame that it has to come to an end that way. But just shout out to everyone back at FRM for bringing another really good car, especially at a mile and a half. So hopefully 5 more. Hopefully we bring some more good ones.
Glad you're okay. Wild ride after a strong run.
Yeah, Zane Smith, he got up to the top 10 very early in the race, and then he kind of fell back through stage 2, but the entirety of stage 3, he was running 7th through 10th, and unfortunately the split happens, going to end in a finish of probably outside the top 30, if I had to guess, by the time we conclude all the laps. He scored in 29th right now, but there's a few drivers on track, multiple laps down, that may be able to overtake him with at least 2 more laps left in the race with this next restart. So we're heading into overtime number 2. Bubba Wallace leads yet again. And it's going to be Christopher Bell who will be inside or outside of row 1 more than likely. Yeah, he's on the outside. Bubba Wallace selected the bottom for the second consecutive restart. Tyler Reddick for the second restart going to be on the inside of row 2, which means Briscoe will be outside of row 2 behind his teammate Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin will be in row 3 and 5th. Here we go again. Spot in the round of 8 on the line. All playoff drivers up inside the top 5, even kind of looking back in the running order, looks like top 8 all playoff drivers, and none of them are Ryan Blaney, who are already locked into the next round after Blaney won at New Hampshire a week ago. 2 laps. We'll see if we get to the white flag this time around. It's going to get aggressive, that's for sure. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Great launch by both the 23 and the 20. Great push by both of the cars in row 2 as well, the 45 and the 19. Already 3 wide in the back half of the field, but the focus on the front between the 23 and the 20. Briscoe going to the outside again, 3 wide. Hamlin up the middle, but not able to hold on between the 45 and 19. Back straightaway, the leaders are side by side still. Wallace on the inside, Bell up high. Here comes Briscoe, gonna try to go 3 wide to the top. Briscoe rides the wall, the 20 through the middle, and the 23 off the bottom through the middle. Side by side with Bell. He might have made contact with him, and Bell's against the wall. Hamlin to the inside, 3 wide, gets by the 19 and the 20. Hamlin to second. Wallace leads as they head for turn 1. Wallace trying to hold on for a spot in the playoffs, and Denny Hamlin trying to come back from a slow stop. Can Hamlin get career win number 60? Off turn 2, Denny's got to run. Looks to the inside, Wallace with a block. Hamlin is there, underneath, into 3 and 4, final time. Hamlin runs up the racetrack, the 23's against the wall. As they exit for turn 4, here comes Chase Elliott. He bounces off the 11, and as they come for the checkered flag, it's going to be Chase Elliott stealing the win at Kansas. Where did he come from? The Toyotas were in the top 5 on the final restart, and the Chevy from row number 4 is going to come through to win it. Unbelievable. You want to talk about stealing a race? Bumper cars with the Toyotas and the teammates at the front, and none of the 5 that restarted in the top 5 end up winning the race. I mean, what not to do if you're racing as teammates or manufactured teammates at the front of the pack? It's exactly what we saw from damn near everyone. Seemed like at the front of the pack, Chase Elliott wins it. His second career win at Kansas, his first at the track in 7 years. His second win of the 2025 season, and I believe number 19 of his NASCAR Cup Series career. Well, there's going to be clips from the last couple overtime restarts on the channel at the end of the night, I'll tell you that much. You'll get to hear a word from Chase Elliott and some of the other top finishers. Heartbreak for Bubba Wallace, who probably needed a win to get into the next round. He had nailed the 2 restarts before this, but not this one. And then heartbreak even for really Denny Hamlin, who was dominating the day. Then the slow pit stop ended up costing him. Still came back to battle for the lead on the final lap with everything that was going on in front of him. And then he too kind of threw it away late with extracurricular contact in a side-by-side battle. It could have been just between himself and the 23, but once he knocked the 23 into the fence, the 11 then got knocked up wide by Chase Elliott, who was going to make sure that he was going to be the one crossing the finish line first as he gets it done. This is the second week in a row that Denny Hamlin has costed another Toyota driver. Well, he didn't cost a Toyota driver a win last week, but he wrecked Ty Gibbs. And then he knocks his own car, Bubba Wallace, into the wall on the final lap. Oh boy, Denny.
Restart.
Meanwhile, here's Chase Elliott on the front stretch with Marty Snyder following a win.
It was Chase Elliott and Hendrick Motorsports that advanced to the round of 8 with some incredible moves in the last half lap. Let that Kansas race fans, Chase Elliott in victory lane. Head on to the round of 8. Wow. Oh,
I don't know, man. Just everything worked out perfect for me. Had a great push through 1 and 2. That kind of all started with the 6. And yeah, big run off of 2. C's kind of parted, and just was able to keep my momentum up. You know, that was really it. And obviously we still had pretty good tires, you know, compared to those guys. But what a crazy finish! Hope y'all enjoyed that. I certainly did. Yeah, just really proud of our team. Had a really solid weekend, win or no win. Really nice to qualify really well, but we'll certainly enjoy this, man. This is pretty cool. You know, just never take this stuff for granted because they're hard to come by. You know, and learn that the hard way. So always enjoy it. Always appreciate it. Thanks to everybody at KBB. What a great partner. Been on board for it's our 10th year together, which is pretty cool. Chevrolet, everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, boss, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Glad to be bringing one home.
you said the C's parted, but you kind of had to put a little door to the 11. Were you thinking this is my only shot to make it happen?
Oh, I wasn't gonna lift, so I didn't know what was gonna happen, but I figured, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it was what it was at that point. We were both wide open corner exit, so wherever I ended up. At that point, we were all committed, so it was yeah, really cool just to be restart 10th and somehow winning on a green white checker is pretty neat.
Boy, what a different weekend it was this weekend for the 9 team. Alan Gustafson with the call to go with 4 tires. But Chase Elliott made it happen at the end of the day, Dave.
Marty, what an amazing day for Denny Hamlin and almost a win there at the end. Denny, how would you describe this day?
Just super disappointing. Obviously, along with that, you know, we've been 60 for me, and you know, we team just did an amazing job with the car. Just really, really fast. Gave me everything I needed. Got the restart I needed. Just couldn't finish it there on the last corner. Obviously got really, really tight with the 23, and just got real tight, and we let the 9 win.
Is it this place? It seems to be a riddle that is tough to solve.
Yeah, it's just mechanical failures and different things have really hindered us in years past. And we had, you know, no power steering that last run and low voltage, just a lot of things, and just couldn't. I just disappointed because I don't think I've ever had a car that good to the competition. Man, I wanted it for my dad. I wanted it for everybody. Just wanted it a little too hard.
Toughed it out best he could today, Kim.
And Bubba Wallace will have to settle for a 5th place finish after being in the lead there to take the final restart. What do you make of how your team owner, Denny Hamlin, raced you there at the end?
Well, to even have a shot at the win with the way we started, I told Post he could have fooled me because we were not good. We missed it on the fire off speed. So I just really appreciate the team. You know, I could 2 years ago I'd probably say something dumb. I mean, he's a dumbass for that move for sure. I don't care if he's my boss or not. We're going for the win. I hate that we gave it to Chevrolet there. Toyotas were super fast and proud to be driving one. I thought it was meant to be, and then it wasn't. And all in all, the positive though, we were minus 26 coming in. Now we're minus 27 coming in. We're minus 26 leaving. We gained a point.
They gained a point. Maybe a frustration there at the end for Bubba Wallace.
He's more high spirited than I thought he was going to be. That was actually pretty. I thought he was going to say something about being like 8 points back or something, not 26. But Chase Elliott wins the race. He did lead for a brief moment earlier. I think it was early stage 2. So he ended up with 24 laps led on the day. Gets the win. 0.06 of a second margin of victory between himself and Denny Hamlin as they came to the line. Bumper cars everywhere the last 2 laps of the race, especially on the final lap. And we did have another wild, fantastic Kansas finish that came down to the final couple feet, really. Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, off turn 4, drag racing back to the line. The 9 had the momentum. following contact with the 11 and the 23, then the 9 and the 11. And there was more contact on the lap before that off turn 4 at the 23 and the 20, which gave the 11 a chance. Crazy. Chase Elliott was 8th on that last restart. Gained 7 spots, got to 7th. He was in row number 4. And again, Toyotas were 1 through 5 in the running order, and they did not get the win on that last overtime restart. They did still have 4 of them in the top 5, but none of them in victory lane. We'll go through the full field finishing order, race statistics. If we get any more interviews when they come back from commercial, let you listen into that, and also obviously get an update on the point standings fantasy league. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Chase Elliott with the race win against 600th of a second margin of victory. 24 laps led for Elliott today. Denny Hamlin finishes in second. He led the most laps, also won the first 2 stages of the race. 159 laps led for Hamlin. Christopher Bell in third. Chase Briscoe fourth. Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 5 in this race. Bell was able to lead for 43 laps, 19 for Briscoe, 13 for Bubba, 1 for Kyle Larson, who finishes in 6th. 7th was Tyler Reddick. Brad Keselowski snuck in with the top 10 and 8th. William Byron 9th. And how about Shane Van Gisbergen holding on late? Top 10 finish for him in 10th. We'll go through the rest of the finishing order, but first here is another top finisher from today's race, Tyler Reddick. Reddick actually fell back late outside of the top 10. More on that in a second.
Yeah, I
think.
really fortunate. The previous restart that he was
Red-
able to lead, but
Reddick ended up 7th.
yeah, no, I tried to push him and we just got separated. So obviously, I want to push him out, try and help him win, and then obviously keep the gap closed up to try and be in second and have a shot at myself. But it was a tough day. I really thought our Beast Sweater Camry was really fast. It's just we just had struggles on pit road. Sparta racing, it's tough. But yeah, obviously. It's only one thing we can do at Charlotte, and it's what we'll be focused on.
Thank you.
Boy, what a crazy finish. Chase Briscoe winds up 4th. Kind of walk me through those final few restarts. How much of your job was to push your teammate Christopher Bell, but how much of your job was to fight you and the 19 team?
It was tough. I've never really been in a situation like that where, I needed really anybody but Bubba to win in that situation, but I wanted to still put it in a position where I could still win the race too. And it was just tough, with those restarts. They're so circumstantial. One thing goes your way and you can end up winning the race, or, one bad thing goes your way and you end up running 5th to 7th. So yeah, it's just crazy, just the runs and how fast they develop. And yeah, I thought I was going to honestly still have a really good shot to win the race. And when Bell got in the pins off before, I had to all but stop and it just ruined my momentum. So yeah, scrappy day for our Bass Pro Shop. Shocker Toyota would have loved to obviously be a little bit better all day, but yeah, crazy. I think we're averaging like a top 5 finish in the playoffs and we're only 20 points above. So yeah, it's just never feel safe at the Roval, but go there and try to do our job. Our road course stuff's been really good this year. So yeah, see what we can do.
I want to ask you what you were processing there, because I heard James give you the points update. At the time, Wallace was in the lead and you were +1 and you didn't say a word. Were you thinking, I've got to do whatever I need to do to gain points for me, now +21?
Yeah, that was the hard thing. That second to last restart, I had a huge run on the back straightaway, and I thought I could clear potentially. And so I tried to make it 3 wide, but looking back on it, maybe it would have been better just to hit the 20 as hard as I could, try to get him to the lead. But yeah, I don't know. It is so crazy on those restarts. They're just you're making split-second decisions, and one variable can change, and then what you thought was the right moves, the wrong moves. So yeah, crazy race. I'm sure it was fun to watch. And yeah, go on to the next one.
Yeah, that +21 heading to the Roval next week could be big for this 19 team.
+21. Well, at one stage, it was just +1.
All right, I'll go over the point standings while they're showing up on the screen on USA Network, and then I'll go back over the finishing results. I'll go through the top 10 again. That's all the further we got before more interviews happen. So Chase Elliott locked into the next round with his win today at Kansas. Ryan Blaney, a win last week at New Hampshire, locked in. 6 spots still open going into the round of 12 finale next week at the Charlotte Roval. Kyle Larson +54 points, +48 for Denny Hamlin, +44 for Christopher Bell. William Byron +40. They're all in a pretty good spot. Chase Briscoe only +21. Joey Logano +13. Ross Chastain -13. -26 for Bubba Wallace. -29 Tyler Reddick and Austin Cindric. -48. So that is the point standings outlook going into, again, the Roval next weekend. 9 cautions, 20 lead changes, 48 laps spent under yellow. We did go a couple laps past the scheduled distance today with multiple overtimes, 2 of them to be exact. So again, Chase Elliott with the race win, Denny Hamlin second, Christopher Bell third, Chase Briscoe fourth, fifth for Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson sixth, Tyler Reddick seventh, Brad Keselowski eighth, William Byron ninth, and Shane Van Gisbergen rounds out the top 10. 11th for Ross Chastain, 12th Todd Gillen, Ty Dillon 13th, Michael McDowell 14th, Chris Buescher 15th, Eric Jones in 16th, Daniel Suarez 17th, Justin Haley 18th, Kyle Busch 19th, and Cole Custer 20th. Joey Logano 21st, Riley Herbst 22nd, Noah Gragson 23rd, Ryan Blaney 24th, Ty Gibbs 25th was the last car to finish on the lead lap, and Ryan Preece 26th, 2 laps down, Austin Dillon 27th, Alex Bowman 28th, 4 laps down for Carson Hocevar in 29th, and Austin Cindric 30th. 7 laps down, Zane Smith out of the race after a flip late in the first overtime restart. He finishes 31st. Jonathan Nemechek 32nd. Josh Berry 33rd. J.J. Yeley 34th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 35th. A.J. Allmendinger 36th. And Cody Ware 37th. So 7 DNFs total there. Crazy race. The whole race itself I thought was really solid. One of the better races of the year. And just definitely one of the more wild finishes of the season. That last overtime restart, I mean, that might have taken the cake for the craziest finish of the season. We've seen some good ones, but man, oh man. Maybe not clean, but it was wild for its own reasons, to say the least. We'll go through the Fantasy League and then start times for next weekend's live commentary streams. You can join the KRC League in the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season. If you win the regular season and or playoff championship, KRC in all capital letters, space capital L on League. I'll put that name in the chat down below. KRC League. There you have it. Fantasy tab up towards the top of the screen, and then Fantasy Live on the left side there. My team this week got Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe, Chase Elliott. Tyler Reddick was in my garage. He didn't get any stage points today, so I kept him in there. Larson, Hamlin, Bell, Briscoe, Elliott. I think that was, all top 6? Yeah, all 5 of those guys in the top 6. Elliott wins. Hamlin wins the first 2 stages, has the most points of any driver today. Pretty solid. Bonus points all the way around. I missed out on 10 because I would have had Hamlin over Larson. Or, no, I would have had Larson over Hamlin, because Larson was my win pick. So, lucked out. I missed that. Elliott over Logano, got that. And I got Briscoe over Wallace. Reddick did beat Chastain, so I did not get that bonus point. But 20 total. Enough about me. We'll see who won this week. This week's Kansas playoff winner, Inside Uranus, with 280 points. Tied for second between myself and Hercules Harrigan at 273. 262 for Evan, 48-48, and Oof. I like that name. It's Oof with 2 U's and 4 F's. 256 ends up rounding out the top 5. So congratulations to Inside Uranus getting the win this weekend for the KRC Fantasy League. Start times for next weekend on the channel will be live beginning with the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race on Friday afternoon at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. So again, that is 3:30 p.m. Eastern next Friday afternoon on the channel for our next live commentary stream. Then a doubleheader again on Saturday with Cup practice and qualifying at the Roval beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern Saturday afternoon. And then the NASCAR Xfinity Series race will be at 5 p.m. Eastern later that Saturday evening. We'll go live same start time as today for next week's live commentary stream from the Charlotte Roval. 2:30 p.m. Eastern start time there for the round of 12 elimination race. Congratulations to Chase Elliott for getting his second win of the season. We'll be back again next week on the channel. NASCAR 8 coverage during the week as well. Hope to see you for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend. We crushed our like goal of 100 likes today. 134 is where we're at right now. Got a couple other interviews I'll let you listen into before we get out of here. Here's Christopher Bell, who ended up with a top 10.
Look differently in your mind.
I honestly don't know what I could have done. I'm leaving here feeling, pretty bummer whenever I lost the lead on the restart where we caught the wrong timing line. But even looking back at it, it was such a 50-50 call on those restarts of whether you wanted to be the inside or the outside. And I don't know what I would do different. I thought we, left it all on the table. Didn't win today.
Plus 44 headed to the Row Bowl. Does that give you a little breathing room?
Certainly, it was rewarding. It was rewarding to be restarting on that front row and knowing that, if I win, I advance, and if I get out of here and don't win, we're in a really good spot. So, proud of our team, and we are doing a really good job of controlling what we can control, and getting pretty good finishes out of it, and we're running well too. So I'm excited about the Roval. We've been really strong on the road courses and got some breathing room, so should be fun.
And Christopher's in a nice spot as far as the
All right, so that is going to wrap up today's live commentary streams. I'll see you again for next weekend's live commentary coverage from the Roval for Truck Xfinity Cup action. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Again, thanks for helping me crush the like goal for today's stream of 100. And also thanks for just tuning in all the way throughout the weekend's coverage again and for another NASCAR Cup Series race Sunday. Hit the subscribe button. We're on the road to 7K. And I'll see you next weekend, everybody. Thanks for watching. Have a good rest of your Sunday night. Go Pack Go later tonight against them Cowboys.